You gotta dink the oida.
I hope you've seen that meme.
It sounds like you could either be saying drink of water or dink a waiter, like bap a waiter.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, it's literally just the Eevee, like, being told, drink your water. I dink my oida.
There, it's in pop-up chat.
Alright. Lacey, are we set for what Paul's going to be doing? Where he's starting?
Yep, I already set it up.
Perfect.
Excuse me.
Business risk assessment. Here we see the mighty Glaceon sitting atop their clock tower.
Yeah, I had to adjust the time an hour forward. Sorry, guys. Dialga enforced that I take an hour away from all of you.
What is this daylight savings?
It's when Dialga decides to be a bitch and make me take time away from everyone.
When Dialga could go manage for Amazon.
This is upper management. It's like, this is upper management. We have decided you have one less hour in the day. And you must now spend that 1 hour working. They defy Dialga.
Meanwhile, the southern hemisphere gets that hour. The Dialga's not just... He's not taking it away, he's reactivating it.
Wonderful, isn't it? As Hypera said, it's time.
Mm-hmm.
Swear those slay the weird crystal dragon.
Hey, Bryce.
Bryce is dead in water.
One does not simply slay time. But you can't kill time.
Get aided.
Yes! Kill! And one does not simply get good luck.
Alright, I've returned.
Welcome back.
Got his water. He's got his water. He's got his
do
oida.
indeed have water.
He has oida.
Think your order.
Hypera, shut up! Jesus Christ. Are you gonna call me out like that? It's like, yes, I know, I suffer several times in a week. I don't need to be reminded of that. Please and thank you.
Oh, hi, Ari. Thanks for the gift sub. Get gifted, Bryce.
Nah.
Threats.
Ari has gifted you a sub.
Well, that's
Let me see something here. Just making. What the fuck?
Granted, the stream says that Ari gifted you a sub, but the chat says that you subbed.
yeah.
Interesting.
It's really weird how Twitch is very reverse the way it says the gift subs are done.
So who done it? Did Ari gift you a sub or did you sub, huh?
It says courtesy of Ariana Altamare.
Pronouncing Altamari wrong. How dare you?
In other news, he has now 4 million gil in the critically acclaimed. Oh god, for fuck's sake, again.
You got.
Hyper has been doing that meme ever since, but yeah.
I know they do. And I still got fucking got by it. Because I didn't read the rest of the sentence before speaking it out.
See, this is why we read things before we say them in chat. In stream.
You shush. You hush.
As streamers, it's our job.
The streamer's job is not to suffer, but make other people suffer. Got it.
And I think we can start in a couple more minutes. Unless anyone has any special super journals.
I do have a journal, yes.
We haven't had one of those in a while.
Sadly, not for me.
I do have a journal.
We'll start that in a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check something and then we can start.
After the clam, what?
I have returned. And also once again noticed that my microphone was muted on stream. That's fine.
Wow.
It's okay, I checked it before things happened.
Don't you just love that nonsense? It's so stupid sometimes. Oh, well, I guess we gotta hydrate, guys.
Ha! I have the ale of ginger.
You're a ginger, what?
I have the ale of ginger.
Does it have a soul?
Probably not. Sometimes I get the beer of roots. That said, Levi, you may start as soon as you're ready.
So many of these break whack.
Understood. All right. We stand at the edge of time's running flow. We watch from the ledge as changing winds blow. Our actions are laid, and the lives are changed. From conflict to aid, their fates are exchanged. What will happen now, I can barely say, but we keep our vow and live another day. Excuse me. It has been akin to a war for the last few days. We just raided the Dread Fort, one of the largest zealot facilities in the entire region. Every guild was involved. The goal was simple: to take control of the Dread Fort, neutralize the zealots, and eliminate Arnell, the leader of the Wardens of Strife. As far as plans go, it was a bloody battle. I knew full well some people didn't make it home that day, and that's on both sides. The Zealots had numbers, drugs, and the home field advantage. We had a smaller number, but more skilled fighters and solid tactics, and a set goal to see this end as we wanted to. Arnell's dead. Bismuthia, the butcher of the Wardens of Strife, is dead. We saw to it that they met their last breath. If it wasn't the drug, it was Apollo. If it wasn't us, it was the antimatter bomb that Arnell had prepared, the sore loser that he turned out to be. At the end of it all, we escaped. We got out of there alive, along with the majority of those who were fighting it there. Two pillars that held up the Zealots are down, and one is left. With the demise of Arnell and Bismuthia, the Wardens of Strife will be disorganized and fall apart as the Black Hand did. There will be those who try to demonstrate the resolve Arnell had, be it through insanity or acts of will, but they will most likely lack the manpower and resolve to see it through before someone stops them. The tactics Arnell used will most likely fade as well, while more and more people will get imprisoned and or taken down by local law enforcement, or even turn themselves in. Many prisoners were taken upon the Dreadfort's destruction, a sign that their leader had fallen. And if they weren't prisoners, they weren't taken anywhere. Perhaps some of them would use incarceration, this opportunity, as an out, a means to get into a better life for those that chose not to fight. Even so, they would still have to serve time. May their sentences be lighter, but their evaluations be thorough. Now we're worried about distortions again. No rest for the weary, right? Worried about Blackthorn and Darkstorm, but at least they made it through. We can have a small celebration. After all, we won. Though I myself am not celebrating fully until this is all over. Engel's still out there. The Thorough one is on his literal last leg, and that Light Eater bastard is out there as well. Then there's all the distortions. I suppose a small drink, a small celebration's in order still, though. I probably should get involved. It isn't too bad of an idea. We did just have a major accomplishment after all. But I can't help but worry. End of entry.
All the fun times.
Lumba, 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 lumba.
That said, are we ready to get started?
Whack.
Let's do this.
As the day proceeds into the afternoon at the tavern.
How did everybody else sleep, I wonder? There's 2 nature powers in the TM shop.
Oh yeah, I never rerolled that.
At Olivia's statement, Padrock would turn, give him a shrug. Dreamless.
A good or bad dreamless?
Just dreamless.
That doesn't really answer the question. Should I be concerned?
Well, I mean, neither? Like, just doesn't fit into either category.
Fine, fair enough. Oh, Levi, by the way,
Yeah?
I've been thinking.
That's dangerous.
The guild chest has been holding onto alchemy reagents that we just simply can't find a use for, right?
What about it?
Well, I have been thinking on how we could make use of it in a more unorthodox manner. Namely, that deadly nightshade, for example.
What do you have in mind?
He just kind of pulls up like a jagged stone that he's been just fiddling with on the table. It's just like, what if I coated this?
I mean, if you give me a mortar and pestle and a bit of water, as well as probably a little bit of honey to give it some viscosity, you could probably end up making something akin to a poison dagger.
Well, that's just it. Things that you coat on with that would not last very long. But it wouldn't have to, necessarily. I'm saying, I think I might have a way.
Leans on the table.
What?
Oh, Padrock leans on the table before saying, "Do we have any of those reagents that worked well with joy seeds?"
Could you repeat that? Your voice kind of ducked out for a moment.
Do we have any reagents that works well with joy seeds?
Last time I looked in the guild chest, we only had the deadly nightshade, and I don't think you want to have that in there. It'll make you sick.
Well, there was the mandrakes.
Perhaps. But
It'd be worth looking to see what we have in there. Otherwise,
well,
I mean, we can always just head south and go into the forest, look around for a bit, and see if we can find.
you see him pull something out of his pouch. It's deadly nightshade. I have it right here.
I'm talking about to address Padrock's question, but understood.
Would you prefer an example?
Should I go to Sunrose and get a Pecha berry?
You might want to.
All right.
That's assuming you want to be the one to take this.
Levi, before he gets up, checks his bag, and then notices something before putting an antidote on the table. I'm a tough bastard, Olivia. I can take it.
Fine, very well. Though, this is the only nightshade we have. I feel like we need to find some more before I get a little haphazard with this.
Well, what is it going to be doing aside from just sitting in the guild chest doing nothing?
Well, that's kind of why I have it in my bag now. I had to isolate it from my ingredients bag, obviously.
Understandably so.
I did comprise a recipe list for the other stuff, though.
Good.
Thanks to a little bit of help from someone else, but... If I just had more dire shroom. We haven't really come across any ingredients as of late, have we?
We also haven't exactly been in areas where they would grow as of late.
Ugh.
Or we've been more focused on, survival.
Surviving. And what of you, Apollo? I mean, Padrock, sorry.
Nice.
I read what I read Apollo was typing, and then I defaulted to that.
Padrock shrugs. Well, if we don't have the stuff we need to boost the joy seed, then we can leave it for now.
Well, the Mandrake should be able to.
Yeah, we have Mandrake.
Then I guess it's just a figuring out who should get it.
Isn't the joy seed just something that makes you a little stronger?
Add a character that buffs you by a level.
Yeah. I think the lowest level person here would probably be... Wouldn't it be me, actually? I'm 63. You're 64-ish?
65?
Oh, 65. Yeah, you're 2 levels ahead of everybody.
That does raise the question where we are XP wise.
I'm not sitting at like 3,000 of 6,800.
And that includes the big fights we had last time?
I don't know.
Because just thinking out a character, we might want to
Make use
save
of the
it
joys.
until after our next level up.
There's also the consideration, like, if this joy seed can get somebody to the, you know, X5 threshold. It's like, hey, get to 64, get another tech TP. Which, yeah, Patrock's at 65 now. That would mean he had gotten his TP by now.
I think Patrick's at 65 because we did that Joy Seed trick before.
Yeah, we did. Because I remember you munching on a joy seed at one point. I think Castro was the only other person that did.
Hey, Glacy,
Mm-hmm.
have all the shops been, have most of the shops been rerolled?
All of them have been reorders.
Keep going with the scene.
Levi's gonna get up and just glance over to the table, to the TM shop, and just look through him for a bit. You can kind of hear that Emmy was just swapping out the ones that she had, putting new ones up, and just decided to go take a look.
She looks over at Levi and just nods to him. Hey there, dear.
Okay. I'm looking for one in particular. I don't think. Wait, is that? No, that's not it. Never mind.
What comes to
Hello.
mind, Levi?
Iron Tail?
There's a pretty effective PM, yes. But
Yeah, it's just a matter of
seems
getting
like
a hold
you
of it.
seem to have it right now.
Mm-hmm. Not a problem. I'll keep an eye out for it.
I'll let you know.
Thank you. And back in the chair. Also gonna take a moment to read something briefly.
Okay. Hey, Levi, do you still got your mixer?
Elaborate?
He just gestures to the things that he placed on the table.
You mean the atomized station?
Well, no. Like, just a standard mixer. Something to crush these down.
Oh, mortar and pestle. Got it. One sec. And Levi just kind of zips off for a moment.
But, out of character, what he's doing is he's taking 2 iron bark tongue and a pep up plant and making an ox guard. It's like, okay, mix these up, place them together, let it sit for a while. Place them in the little capsule, and it should be good. So,
Back. Either way, got it.
yep.
It-
So,
So
he,
you basically
he's
tell
he,
Levi just go from Eden's lab to hit the proper shop, down to down to the team's room, and then finally back to here.
and that should be it. Okay. So, care to guess what this is?
I'm going to roll Tech Ed. I think that applies here.
It would be
Or is it
more of
Medicine
a-
Ed?
It's more of a medicine.
Yeah, it would be
Oh
medicine.
dear. Well, shit. I mean, I know alchemy. I use tech for alchemy, but
I
well,
mean, wouldn't survival also work in this instance? Since I'm not sure.
you call it Olivie, and I'll roll it.
I'll just say go ahead with medicine since it's the most appropriate.
Unfortunate.
Oh my god, yeah.
Like Levi just stares. I was like, looks back to Olivie. Psst. Assume that I don't know what it is.
This is a capsule of iron bark tongue and a bit of a pep-up plant mixed in together. What this is supposed to do is, well, you drink it. And it makes you more resilient.
I see.
I believe they call it an ox guard or auxiliary. Now, I made one of these just now, but I'm missing a certain ingredient that I need for the other half. That would be 2 sword caps. And then I can make the other side of it, which is Ox Power. Mix the two together and you get something even better. And
So what do you get?
you would effectively have something similar to Gigas, but not nearly as dangerous.
Okay. Well, now you have my interest.
Roughly, you take the Ox Guard and the Ox Power, you get Ox Power Guard, and, well, I would also need a King's Leaf, which I do have, but once I mix everything together, you would have effectively something similar to Gigas, much safer. The only thing it doesn't cover is, well, speed. I can only make one of these presently, but as I said, I need sword caps if I want to finish it.
Or just then you'll need more materials then.
Mm-hmm. Seeing as it seems to be a quiet day, I think I'm gonna go out ingredient hunting.
Need an extra hand?
If you would. Plus, I don't think a certain someone wants us wandering around outside of a town alone. He just gestures to Rain.
Rain just quietly looks over to both of them. They see all three of them.
Like, just gives a little smirk.
You don't mind, do you?
Apollo just looks to the three of them before just putting his elbow on the table and simply asking, "I see three of you. Where's your team lead?"
Good question, actually.
Last
I
I
know where he
saw,
is.
he was
Last you saw, he was
heading south.
heading south. And considering the expression on his face when Reuven walked past, I can hazard a guess as to why.
Oh,
He was heading
I
south too.
see.
You may want to go keep an eye out.
You know what, Levi, Padrock, I think we should go and make sure they don't get themselves a little too out of hand.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
I mean, you could just watch, but at the same time, I'm not going to force you to go there. Though,
I guess I don't have much else going on today.
yeah, I mean, if I'm going to show Levi what I learned, I would have to go down there anyway. Perhaps you could even come up with some ideas there, Padrock.
Actually,
Ideas for what?
good.
Something to. Just ideas for possibly coating this stone in different material that could be its own thing, perhaps. But then, I'm not sure if you're a plant expert.
Not really.
Rain would look over to Patrick Silvex. So, what were you planning on doing today, if anything?
Well, we're in the if not situation there. I didn't have any big plans for today.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, I have to stand and stretch for a moment. Rain would just put a take his arm off the table and grab his notes, looking it over. Well, rather than sit here all day, there's a few things I can suggest for you. You can check in with Team Blackthorn and make sure they're all right. While they are on their feet, I imagine they're quite receptive to you if you were to just make sure they're okay more than just physically.
We do have some plans to figure out for the future as well. I'd like you to hear for it, but that can wait until later today.
Well,
Is all still good?
you never did answer the question of if you wouldn't mind me and Levi ingredient hunting.
Make sure your entire team's aware before you go.
Which is why we gotta go and find Paulo anyway.
Although I'd rather you also go with more than just yourselves. After all, there's still not a small amount. I imagine there's still not a small amount of ire for your team.
Who would you suggest then?
Well, you've made plenty of friends among rescuers. Your choice. Find someone that's not busy.
He immediately gravitates towards Zane and Saline is just like, "Hey Zane, you're interested in ingredients, right?"
Here's some
What's the trouble?
expense, yeah.
Are you happen to be busy today?
Not particularly, no.
He just looks back at Rain, just gives him the little, eyebrow up kind of furrowed.
Rain just looks at Luffy with a face of just like, really? Before just shaking his head. Yes, I suppose that counts.
You get the distinct fact that he's teasing you in a way, but at the same time, it's not like he's doing it on purpose.
Now go.
However,
Make sure those.
if I may, before you guys go off onto your own, after
Of course.
Apollo's little sparring session, I would like you all to come back here.
Sure, we can
Please.
do that.
At least get some planning done for the future.
Well, this is kind of what the ingredient hunt is for, but okay.
I mean, for the remaining threats.
Right.
Right. That.
Yep, we're not quite done yet. Either
Very
way,
well.
I'm burning daylight.
Oh boy, I'm just hoping Apollo doesn't get himself hurt today. Or Reuben.
He should be fine.
Oh, laggy screen. Oh, laggy screen. Why is it so laggy screen? Please stop this.
Thank you, Automod, for removing that message before it even posted. Goodbye, bot.
Oh, bot popped up.
Looks like that bot bought it.
Yeah, I put certain terms on to Automod to block, and viewers was one of them. Because that's the
Yes.
one word that bots tend to use when they post links.
Indeed.
You know, I think I'm gonna be over this way, near the barrels. At least then I don't have to jump the fence.
Fair enough.
As the other two head off, Padrock is gonna step out of his seat, but glance towards the guildmaster.
Yes, Padrock.
You didn't get to finish your list.
Right. Like I said, I was going to suggest various things from checking with Team Blackthorn, make sure they're okay more than just physically. I was also going to suggest, well, what Linsla said, which is stick around for a couple of plans we have for trying to figure out what comes next. I would also, well, what do you like to do for a hobby?
Swimming.
Swimming's always good. You could also try and You also can try and see if you can outpace one of the local water types. Excuse me.
I don't have webbed feet.
It doesn't mean you can't try. Then there's also taking time with learning a bit more about your dream theater, for lack of better words. See where else you can go. Just some suggestions. Small suggestions.
That's
I do hope that.
All right.
I do. Go ahead.
Well, guess I'll be back here when it comes to discussing those plans.
See you soon, Bedrock.
Don't be in a hurry now. That's sad. Down in the training yard.
Reuven's going to move southward over to Team Nightshade.
Big limestone right him. Before Farinor looks to the north to where the other Absol is coming from.
I would hate to be a burden to your team, but maybe use this area for the time being. It's a lovely day. Would you agree?
It is. Even now, I can still feel that tension boiling off of you. And it's not getting off any other way.
No. No, it's not. With that, he just moves downward. Do you know why I asked to fight you?
'Cause you're pissed at me. And you want to try and take out your feelings on me, obviously without killing me. There's really no other way that you can see yourself getting that particular point across.
Oh, that's certainly the effect, but not quite the cause. See, the rationality is rather simple, really. You had someone come into your life and uproot everything you knew. Those you cared for suffered. You fought to claim your life back, to change it all, and to some degrees you succeeded. But they, the one who changed it, the one who uprooted it, would remain an ever-present reminder of what was taken. Some point, you had the opportunity to take action against the one who wronged you. You knew what needed to be done. You acted on what needed to be done. You did what needed to be done. Damn the consequences that may come. All things considered, the risks, the future, the possible solution, the pros outweighed the cons, and you went for it. You went for it. Which comes to my problem. And as he says that, that tension becomes a lot hotter physically as his tails starts to just wave a bit in a fan. And with an exhale of flame, he continues. When your chance came, you followed through without hesitation. My chance came multiple times, and until the end, I had to get you out of my way to do what needed to be done. You stopped me because you didn't want me to become a killer. Yet you didn't hesitate to paint the white fur red. An active threat to the region, trying to set everything ablaze, distortions abound, doesn't compare to some hidden bitch who ruined your life oh so long ago. I'm not mad that you killed her. Far from it, she was a threat. I get it. She was your threat. I'm mad because you didn't let me handle my threat when I had every reason to do so. The only reason he wasn't gone sooner was Apollo said no. So come forth, my friend. Let's bury this hatred.
What in the world?
Friends of yours? Paul says, looking around at the dummies.
Tools of my design. You see, I've learned quite a bit about controlling a battlefield. It's one thing to deal with it. It's another thing to do it yourself. And with that, Reuven would take a stance and claws in the ground, flames starting to show, he would let loose something akin to a howl as a pulse of heat would wave off from his body.
Oh dear.
All right.
Your terms were simple. The first one to get knocked out, right?
First one to lights out.
Very well. And with that, I'm going to roll. Ah.
As his preparatory move, Apollo will use focus energy. Let's see. First, Apollo is immediately going to close the distance with Reuven and pass behind him with Aqua Blade. The dice say I can get my roll 20 without making it spin inside its case. 16.
That will hit. But a few things will happen because that hit. One is... Yes.
Oh boy.
Um,
Oh boy. Is that a status move, though?
It is a status move. Well, that doesn't do anything then.
I didn't even know he had magic bounce. The hell? That's news to me.
Fair enough. Doesn't do anything.
Nightfire over here saying smite them.
Though, that wasn't all that happened. Like I said, a couple of things happened. And last I checked, Aqua Blade is in fact a melee move.
Ooh.
An old trick of mine. I'm sure you remember it.
This is not the only thing that will be happening.
I'm sure it won't. Sure it won't. With that, I guess I'll go ahead and use my own.
Let's see. Let's see. So, because pressure was active, the normally scene 2 move is now scene 1, as well as spite, which is also now just scene.
Okay.
Let's see. And there's one more thing I want to try and do. If I can find the activation button for it. Nat 20.
All
right.
Here we go.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So let's see. Question to GM.
Answer.
Glacy.
You know. Man, I wish I wasn't muted.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I was saying a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, didn't get any of it.
Didn't hear a word.
The question is if I can use. I have not used my preparatory at this time.
Yeah, I'm not.
Despite with the issue of pressure being a thing, can I still use one that's seen?
Yes. He moves with ghosting moves.
Okay, good.
And pressure doesn't affect abilities.
Pressure does not affect abilities.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Good. That
It does
helps.
affect spite, though.
It does affect spite. That it does. Now, well, Tony, if you'll cooperate with me, I would highly appreciate it. Let's see. Decisions. Understood.
Thank you for the sub, DJ Nightfire, for 30 months. Holy crap.
Heck yeah. So the first step's going to be, well, shift action.
Nightfire, that pun was terrible.
Just a little bit of distance.
Just a smidge.
Mm-hmm. Before... Actually, wait. I realized I moved too far because I shifted my mouse. Better. Anyway, sorry about that. It was an accident on my behalf. That was 6 paces out. That's still too far.
Yep.
Yeah, I realized I moved 6 and was like, no, now they're 7. Silliness. But no, I digress. Bearing in mind the future sight on the way, I will use actually, yeah, might as well. Oh, use calm. I'm not done yet.
Yeah, right. Forgot.
Apologies for the wait. But from there, I'm going to check out what this is. Oh, so that's how you set it up. Interesting. So, you will notice that Reuven's tails are glowing. 3 of those tails are glowing different colors now. The colors are denoted on the token. And with that,
I'm looking at this thing. My conclusion is his cup runneth over with water, lightning, and plant life.
that was the wrong token. So I guess I'll just do that manually for now.
Mm-hmm.
No, my macro isn't working properly for what I thought I was trying to do, so I'll do it manually.
So Apollo's going to move 4 spaces over here. And then he's going to target Reuven with...
Rifle cut.
All right. 19.
Hope someone put stylus on these things. Let's not murder each other, sorry.
Let's see. Increase initiative.
that's right. Future Sight comes down after this too, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
And that was a nat 20, wasn't it?
19. It was a
No.
critical hit, though.
I was talking about the Future Sight being a nat 20.
Yes, Future Sight is a nat 20.
Yep. And it came down hard.
Womp.
So. Ruben.
Yep. So with that in consideration, we are going to use a few things here. First and foremost, understood. That plays in my favor, though. It does play in my favor. Before one more shift action is made, right to the center of these. And for those watching on the side, you see those tails that were illuminated suddenly send off. I'm gonna just do this way, have a set to linger, minimize this, and
The good old crisscross.
What is
every
this, the cha-cha
direction.
slide?
So every direction to the east, west, and south would suddenly be set ablaze from Reuven. Apollo, who shifted north, is safe. This time. That said, I will... That is the resolution of the prior mechanic, and I...
Showing up.
Olivia, who wasn't even 2 spaces from it, just pulls his feet back like, woo!
Just basically a wall of fire ended up at Oluvi's doorstep.
My ring! This is while we repair the ring. Okay, show out the move, Ruben.
So I'm going to use... Is it special? Yes, it is special. Understood. Ah, right. No, it's status because it doesn't...
Okay?
Yes.
Show off the move first that you just used to let people know.
Oh, understood. Can you delete that then? Okay, understood. We'll do that first.
There we go.
Okay,
So, now you can use the next move.
understood. So, those 9 tails of Reuven's would the tips of them would illuminate before those flames would fire upward and end up going in various directions.
Which they're not making you lit.
Nice.
Yeah, they were just blindingly bright there.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing one.
Yeah, but you're just on top of it, I think.
Ah. I see.
Rather, it was on top of you.
Genuinely, go and dance around the rules you set until they catch you.
So is that the place for all of them?
See, that's actually kind of hard to decide on. Because now that's just... You know what? I'm going to treat this with chess rules. I've already taken my hand off of it. Sure.
Right.
So from here, Apollo sees an opening. Go 1, 2, 3, 4.
That is your total movement now.
Yep. $13, which is a critical hit. Only barely, though.
I'm also going to go ahead and do this based on Foxfire.
It wasn't super effective. Interesting.
Oh, it was.
Hold on, what did I do for that? Keep your 755 back.
Will do. Plus the...
Smiley face damage.
Deleted that. Anyway, that's also 70 damage to Apollo.
So you know what? That is 57 damage to Apollo. What does that look like if it is resisted 1 step?
Wait. Huh?
Okay. Question to GM.
Answer.
What does Reuven's current condition look like to Apollo?
That's the Reuben question.
A tad winded. Though, hold up. Give me one moment, please, because something feels... Where did I put that at?
Okay, it's 94, not 84. Okay, good.
Give me one moment, please. Where in God's name is that at?
90.
Relocating something.
Concern?
No, I just had it. It's somewhere.
More concerns?
All right.
So straight.
Yes.
What do you do?
Given the way the duel is presently going, Apollo's going to go ahead and pull this ace from his sleeve right now. That is not 57 damage to Apollo, that is 28. Because...
Oh, I see.
Okay. Reuben.
Understood. So once more, a bit more distance. And yeah. A bit more distance before he just takes a breath, relaxes, and where'd the token go? It just kind of disappeared from me for a moment there. Ah, I see. And he uses a trick that he's learned as being a healer. Actually, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's probably better to do that instead.
Ah, yes.
All right.
And he's going to hold off on doing any special actions at this time, but those hazards will do something. If I read correctly.
There's the first one.
Indeed.
Imagine if he had magic coat or magic guard.
And the plumes that are set up on the ground would burst at least once, causing damage to anything that would be around them.
All right. Speak you for the regretful legend of the watch.
From here, Apollo would cast. And because he's using his agile stacks, targets Reuven with Twelve.
So it was just shy of a crit, but the laser focus said, no, it is a crit.
Yep.
12 does hit. But once more, as it is in range, that is a 15.
Question: how much health did Reuven recover? Actually, hang on a second.
Recover
Can't
says,
see that.
yeah, the recover
But it
says
was half.
But I'm asking the GM for a numerical value that was recovered.
You'd be telling the bosses their points.
Okay. All right.
Hmm.
So you used laser focus cycle cuts. That was just from the free action. So I have one of those left.
Wait, how would Ember be able to reach Apollo if
It's range
Reuven wasn't
4.
within 4 spaces?
That's from me looking at the wrong move. Understood. Never mind then. Wait. Actually, no. Not quite. The reason why is actually I know exactly why.
Within 6 meter. Oh.
It's because it's the ability.
Okay.
Man, that's trippy.
Ribbon. Also, thank you,
This-
Sash, for the raid. Welcome to the stream.
Understood. So I am going to use that would be rude. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is this. Or at least try to do this.
Oh.
Nope.
Well,
That is a nat one. It looks like he's about to do something, but he just goes cross-eyed a bit more, holding his head and just shaking it. Even so,
Gave himself a migraine.
minor.
a minor grain.
A minor aneurysm.
No, that's what Apollo's been doing to him lately.
Funny.
It was just in this moment that it hit him.
So there's one thing that you see, like as the fight is going, Raven's fur is starting to become something of a fevered pitch, becoming that much more colorfully burning and that much more dangerously violent. He's plotting something.
This is not lost on Apollo.
With that, I am going to... No, not a nasty plot. That would actually be another move, and I can't do that.
No, I was.
But he was in fact plotting something, and there's a lot of heat gathering around his body, not just that one wisp.
From here, Apollo is going to move just over here. Pull out one more card that he's got.
Okay. Beat down is now done. Ruben.
So I'm gonna switch it around. I'm gonna go ahead and use the special move first, and then I'll use a normal move. Special move in this case. But as you have moved away 6 meters, that is. Give me a moment. I'm going to pull this up to make sure I do this properly. It should be DB8. And I'll just roll it again, but take the damage.
I
There's
kind of.
there is no way Apollo can survive that as he is right now. Unless we want to give him like The 7 stacks that we gave the Warrior of Light when he was facing Xenos for the last time.
Oh god, yeah. The
And
fucking
I'm not
same
sure who out there needs this clarified for them.
healing stacks.
Mm-mm.
This is not that time.
All right. Now your normal move.
Right.
Casually, a test of your reflexes.
Well, Raven knows how detect works. So he's not going to do a hostile action. Instead, actually, yes. Silent preparations. As he just sits there after the explosion, just quietly looks on.
Apollo.
Also, the
Apollo's
flames
got
do
one
explode.
chance left. Apollo has one chance left to actually do anything in this fight. So he is immediately going to close the distance here. And strike with...
Oh my god, the damage roll though. Look at all the ones.
What's the roll?
17.
Strong style 142 damage, is that?
142.
Plus the
And
strong
it's
style.
effective by 1 stage.
Plus the strong style. Oh my
I'm still gonna pop this because it was still targeted.
Well, I've got this particular...
Pretty sure it was still targeted.
You set the 26 back.
So he heals just enough that he might survive.
And I'm just envisioning Apollo making this charge. A sizable explosion of water vapor issuing from the resulting collision between Apollo and Reuven. And it blankets the field for a moment. And
Double knockout.
as the dust clears, both Apollo and Reuven are collapsed on the ground.
Okay then.
And all three of the body doubles that Apollo had summoned earlier fizzle out.
They managed to knock each other out at the same time. I'm not sure if we have a winner here, folks.
Welcome back, 8,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aluvi starts coming toward them with the intent to, revive them. Stamps out this little fire next to him with ground shaper. He's just like, I need that out of the way.
Before we do, what did I miss?
Apollo committed Sudoku in a all or nothing gambit using a strong style aqua blade against Reuven and did 218 damage.
I was like, Jesus.
with Reuven basically hitting back with an ember that hit just enough damage to knock out Apollo, but Apollo also knocked him out. So you basically have a situation where both of them ended up knocked out simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
Oh, so you hit the wrong
unfortunately, we
button.
don't have a winner.
Nope, this is a TKO.
You hit the wrong button straight. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
And
This is-
as Apollo rests on the ground, his mega evolution fizzles out.
Yep. And that's when Aluvi comes in, douses out that fire that was just right next to them because it was in the way. He starts creating something out of his little thing he'd been messing with, and produces, let's see, 2 revives using Vivid Choke and 2 medicinal leaks each. It's like, alright, that should do it. Alright, you two, wake up. Just kind of gives them both a revive, effectively.
Who is getting that first revive?
He's basically giving both of them to at the same time because, you know, you're kind of right next to each other. It's easy enough for him to just reach over.
It's 2 takes not 5. Okay.
Why did my
5 takes.
Kua flies over, landing next to Reuven. Offer no wing to help him up.
Well, you knocked each other out. Simultaneously.
Reuben just looks to Aluvi, then over to Kua, then Apollo, and just gives a small grin before rolling over and getting back on their feet.
Apollo's a little shakier right now. Probably had taken a bad step as he had passed Reuven. But he is moving.
Okay. How bad are we looking at here?
I'm gonna smack my head on the landing. I'll live.
Oh, come now, you'll be fine.
That's what I said.
You practically recreated the water explosion that Padrock had.
Something like that.
Besides, it's just a spar.
But I do believe that with both of you having been knocked out simultaneously, we don't exactly have a winner here, so what do you want to do about it?
I'm fine. I wasn't after a winner to begin with, Luffy.
Hmm. Fair enough.
If I want anything out of this, an apology's a start.
I don't think you and I are ever gonna see eye to eye on this. I did what I thought was right at the time. But I am sorry that I hurt you. Not now. Back then.
That is all I was after. Besides,
Kind
I
of
should
an
go around being upset
ineffective
the
wing.
entire time. Hmm?
Kind of an
Oh dear, he got out again.
Bill was saying, kind of an ineffective way to go about that.
Well, considering that you were a bit on a high horse with your decision versus your decision with me, Apollo. What can I say? I got pissed off. And with that, he sits down and just exhales. His tail's expanding out a bit as energy radiates off of them. Just a little bit more energy to assist the healing process. Though I'm not gonna lie, I've been wanting to do that for a while.
You certainly
that-
look like it. You were nothing if not prepared today.
Is that what Reuven's bad side looks like? I don't ever want to be on the other side of it.
Well, a lot of people didn't want to be on the other side of it. Those people were called new masters. I may have given him a few tricks, taught him a few things in the years.
Yes, and the fact of me being the team's tech specialist, medic, and just general offensive support taught me also a number of other things.
Never mind that Donovan and Artemis had no interest in even touching a book if they could help it.
I noticed. Someone had to pick up the slack. So, I guess you can say, Aluvi, similar to Padrock, I can also show you some tricks as a healer.
Like what exactly?
Well, what I just did could be a start. How many skills do you have that can heal several people at once?
Just the wave of healing that you already used.
And that just does health, right?
For the most part.
And what about self-care, like recovery?
That I don't have.
Or something that helps out everybody around you for... Let's say your friends are poisoned, or paralyzed, perhaps frozen.
I have safeguard for that.
And if you don't have safeguard up before it goes out?
I usually have items prepared just in case. Why?
Heal Bell. Though, to be fair, I learned Heal Bell from my brother. But I can still teach you all the same. So how about it? When I feel a bit better, would you care to learn a new skill?
I wouldn't mind, but I am focused on another move that I had in mind presently.
What would that be?
Something I devised myself.
Something like what I did here, huh?
Well, it's not a healing move necessarily. Something that's a little more versatile than that.
Well, I wait to see what your creation is with bated breath.
Truth be told, I think I have the general starting place. See this? He just holds up the deadly nightshade that he pulls out from his bag.
Deadly Nightshade. What about it?
And what happens when you ingest it? Or even have it somewhere in your system.
I don't intend to replicate that.
I do. I'll let that be your hint.
You do have a picture scarf or berry, right?
I have safeguard.
Right. Be careful. I'm not going to tell you to stop. I've done stupider. But be careful.
Oh, believe me, this isn't for me. This is for whoever intends to be a problem.
For whom it may concern.
Exactly.
Understood.
It's only just in practice terms right now. I'm not entirely sure what I can use this with, but I'm sure I can find some other methods. Speaking of which, Levi, I think it's time. I think it's fine to come over now.
Oh, I'm fine. Just chilling out here.
Chilling with Donovan, I see.
Levi just looks over to Donovan, then back over to Livy. See? Like I said, I'm fine.
And then you just get immediately an arm just rolled over your shoulder, I imagine. It's just like, buddy.
That sounds like okay. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like something both Mako and Donovan would do.
Just like, yeah, this is my buddy.
Hey, sounds like
Jeez.
we have to head back to the tavern. By the
Well-
way, how'd I put this? Or even says, looking between the two of them.
Hmm?
Thanks for entertaining this request of mine. That being said, do something like this again. I will come after you.
That character, is that directed towards Apollo?
Yes.
What, that last attack? If I'm
No,
ever
the
pulling something-
the whole thing of you saying one thing and then doing something different.
If I do something like that again, you can do what the rest of Cassie does and get in line.
Ouch.
I have priority.
I'd say arm wrestle the next guy for that, but
They
Apollo
won't
lifts up a
last.
paw and points at Reuven's forepaws. You'd need arms.
Mhm.
Nonsense.
Somewhere out there, there's probably a Machamp.
Nonsense. I'm sure something can be done for it.
Oh, I'm sure he can use his payos for that.
Not surprised.
Reuven just kind of covers his mouth and cackles gently.
Let's see what's going on.
We would do a quick team switch before they get over there.
Okay.
Fly the
What?
icon over. Let's get zoom out enough. Come on, real funny. There we go.
I'm gonna wait myself here for right now until the scene is over with, and then I'll move over.
Padrock. Meow. Padrock having left the tavern. If your internet can work.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Glacy?
Padrock having left the tavern.
Mm-hmm. And he's gone down, and it's So, Thorn like suggested.
You're cutting out a lot.
So he's approaching Blackthorn.
And these two are just sitting at the lake, looking out into it. Meanwhile, these two are down here having a little chat.
How much is he able to hear from the chat?
Mostly girl stuff.
So Padrock's going to approach these two. Hey.
Oh, hey.
How's the team holding up?
We took a bit of a hit at the Dread Fort, but we'll be alright. If anything, we're mostly just tired after all of it.
Yeah, it looked like you got spared the worst of it.
Yeah, unlike the other team.
Yeah.
Daniel just kind of shifts uncomfortably about that. We're never going back there again, are we?
I don't think there's a there to go back to now. I mean, you saw what happened.
Yeah. That's good. I don't ever want to do anything like that again.
Unfortunately, I don't think the worst of it is over yet.
Then he just shifts a little uncomfortably. And Padra can see his vision kind of like blur a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that too.
He's been jumpy ever since we left. He hasn't even really, like, been here himself lately.
Padrock steps over you. Are you gonna be okay?
I'll be fine. He's gotta calm down a bit. You know how Zaniel sometimes tends to just appear where he's not? Not be where he seems to be?
Stuff.
You robot it again.
Illusion stuff.
Yeah. And sometimes sometimes in really stressful situations, he just completely goes away. So he's not even really, like, right next to me right now. Who even knows where he is? Lando just kind of fidgets uncomfortably and looks into the water.
Even if he was fully evolved, he'd have to be fairly close by to put out an illusion.
Let's just say I'm pretty good with my illusions.
That does raise another question, if it's okay to ask. Why have you never evolved?
I just never really wanted to. I liked being small.
Bedrock tilts his head, but doesn't reply. With but good.
Besides, does that other Zora like being small too?
Which one?
I don't remember his name. Someone with an F or something. He's like one of the outsiders.
Oh, he means Felis.
Padrock is going to take a small glance around as he stands up. Hey, Glacy.
Mhm.
Padrock's going to try to gently feel psychically for where Zaniel actually is.
Alright, roll focus.
Mm-hmm.
You get a
Wow.
sense of the wide area, but you don't seem to notice any disturbance anywhere. Wherever
What do you
Felix
mean?
is, or wherever Daniel is, he's not anywhere nearby.
That. What? That doesn't seem right in or out of character. Padrock eyes would shift back and forth as he glances as this could not be possible.
What?
It's just how far away can you work these illusions?
I've been doing them for a long time. So, quite a ways.
Yeah, but shouldn't they require line of sight at least?
I'm not gonna tell where I am, but I can still see you.
But out of character, Glazy, if Padrock did like the wide search, wouldn't that cover the spots?
Not a far away enough area.
So, okay, I'm gonna ask a question real fast, Glacy.
Mhm.
Is he in town?
He's in town.
Then how is he not felt?
Oh,
I feel as though there's probably a greater mystery to this.
Astral projection on a Zorua? Crazy.
No, like I'm a part of me is like confused, but I'm also like curious because like that's
Interesting.
yeah. It's a very high roll to be not seeing anything. That's what's like that's
Yeah,
crazy.
like
31 focus and he still doesn't get it. What the heck?
Which tells me
One
you have an
second.
idea. Excuse me.
This is like beyond which an expert could achieve in this. And I'm getting nothing from this roll? Why was I even allowed to roll if I couldn't have succeeded?
You basically got the idea that he's far away. That's what you got from
Is
the
there
roll.
like... And there's like nothing he could do to try to like shut out the illusion?
Mm-mm. I mean, you can shut it out, but you're not going to see him.
Kind of blanking on where to go from here.
He'll show himself when he feels comfortable.
Guess we can end the scene because like I'm still blanking out on what to do from here. Did that get cut out?
Did you hear the sound? Yeah, apparently you didn't.
Which
So,
sound?
The friendship bell rang.
No, I did not.
Do you have soundboards turned off? Either way, you hear the friendship bell, so that goes off. And Apollo and Elevie return. You come back.
I even survived, too. How generous of Reuven over there.
Oh, you're a little scorched.
Comes with the territory.
Nothing a little tender love and care can't fix.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what's the occasion?
I mostly wanted to bring you all here so that we can figure out plans for what to do with the remaining zealots. As you know, 2 of the factions have been taken down. Now 1 remains.
We still have Luthero and Engel at large.
Levi would speak up. So of the three factions, the Black Hand, which was basically public relations, trading, the financial of the group, and the Wardens of Strife, the enforcers, the ones who are always trying to make things go wrong, so to speak. Security, to a degree. Said security could have easily been bolstered by Bismuthia as well as Arnell's tactics and antics, to say nothing of the unpredictable nature of them.
And without his services, they're going to become a lot more predictable.
Precisely. Without Arnell's leadership, the Wardens of Strife will be a lot more predictable, a lot less capable of finding places to do what they need to do, and more importantly, become a lot easier to deal with in the field. The only concern is they'll be more desperate as well. At least the remnants will be.
Well, make sure not to corner them like a rattata. They might bite.
Precisely. That said, this leaves the old path. You know, excuse me, Levi just looks over to Apollo and Reuven. You know, the kind that you two are actually fairly used to dealing with. Though, word is their leader is batshit insane. Who would have guessed?
When Scylla brings out a map, sets it on the table. Well, let's go over where we've seen them so far.
Ooh, is this a new map?
Ooh.
It is a new map.
Considering those mountains, I'd say yes.
Fancy.
Very.
Very fancy map.
I mean, thing is, they even have little settlement things on them.
Even though that one doesn't exist anymore.
Oh yeah, it's fucking blown to smithereens. It's gone.
It's fucking gone, Chief.
It's fucking gone, man. I just find it funny how in the top here, where it's just Mountain of Hellfire and Mount Indigo, two opposites.
It's kind of great.
Oh yeah, the map had a GPU upgrade.
Yeah.
we just
Levi's
talk
looking
about
it over along
just-
with Reuven. Oh, sorry, good.
Can we just take a moment and appreciate how the forest here just gets lighter and lighter as you go inward? It's just
Yeah,
like
like-
waves.
But yeah, Reuven and Levi are looking at the map. Reuven pauses, stares at it, and is like, "Did you get a new cartographer?"
Not quite.
This one looks like it's up to date or something.
Let's just say some of what's going on in the world sort of made, well, changes.
Well, whoever decided to document these changes. Good.
Give that guy
freaking
a
work.
raise.
Yeah.
I note that they don't have the splotch that was next to the Harmony Lake, that black space where the explosion and all that happened. We got thrust into nowhere.
To business then.
Indeed.
So, where have we seen the Zoids so far? We know two of the places where they stayed.
The forest encampment and the Dreadfort. Dreadfort's out of the picture now, thankfully.
And the mountain base.
Weren't
Also
we
out of the
really,
picture.
weren't we really
Also
close
out
to
of
the
the
forest
picture.
encampment?
The other place that they've also been but are no longer present is Solara Town.
And that place is now being tightly kept under wraps by the Association of Canines.
Good.
So that begs a question. Where haven't they showed up that they could be?
What's the status of Fort Hellfire?
As far as we know, it's been completely untouched since, well, you guys went there and fought that beast.
Okay. Understood.
A couple of Porygon have been stationed there to keep watch.
And we've
So it's
seen
not
how they can
completely-
get.
So it's not a complete blind spot for us then.
Though, if you consider the fact of what was going on with Bismuthia when they visited town last time, I'm a little concerned. If it's just the Porygon there, how do we know they've not been evaded?
Well, last people we saw who could do that kind of hacking, both of them are dead now. All three of them, really.
Guadapalo?
I was about to say exactly that.
Fair enough.
So
Have we seen them around the Shadow Tower at all, or in that direction?
it's been a while since we've been by the Shadow Tower, and the last time a team was there, we didn't exactly go inside.
You sort of did when you had to help deal with the whole time stopping thing.
Wasn't that in the trackless forest?
No, that would be down here.
Oh,
Hmm. What about that cave Reuven and Kua found?
The Relic of Meota?
Yeah, there.
I don't know what they gained from there. That place's only real significance is archaeological. And it's not like there's hidden artifacts down there.
I mean, what if they're using it just to hide out?
Oh, that would be difficult because the last time someone went there, it was trying to be caved in.
Reuven just looks over. Impossible, but breathing is also very difficult down there. Wouldn't recommend it. That and the locals are not exactly fans of new people, but
I
What else is
might have a thought. If not the Relic of Mayota, it might be my old village. It was pretty secluded.
we can certainly make a pass over there.
I don't.
It is another area that does not get a lot of through traffic.
Hold on.
That would
8,000 was talking, hold up.
Yeah, it was,
God.
let me just remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. It's unlikely we'd find the cultist there, but that is the last spot we saw that SP on before they ran off. I forget. Did they run off to leave us with the distortions, or did they run off after we finished those off?
After.
But that does bring up a good point. He's one loose end we've not seen in a long time.
It'd be laying low.
Knowing that, yeah, I don't think he wants anything to do with the Zealots after, literally being thrown aside.
He was betrayed.
Even his brother hasn't reported seeing him at all.
Well, it's one possibility. There was another area. It'd be a long shot. But nobody would, in their right mind, would go looking up there unless they had a really good reason to.
Where would that be?
Sky Temple.
Really?
It's not a well-traveled path. The only people out there with any sort of ready access are the residents of Shaman Village.
We
As I
never
stated before,
did.
Sky Peak is difficult to reach, but if somebody were to make that place a base of operations, there wouldn't be a lot of impetus to look on them especially if they were capable of keeping their tracks well hidden. It's a long shot. But that wouldn't have. But that sort of approach toward concealing themselves would not have been out of character for the Zealots back in my day. And that's who we're dealing with right now.
Well, they'd have the locals and the so-called Devil of the Peak to deal with if they did.
What if they don't know they're there?
And
It's possible.
New Dawn never had to deal with those people. Never had to deal with either of those when they went up there.
Mhm.
And it's not like they can't weave their way around something that powerful and render it a non-factor.
True.
I've had my fair share of understanding seclusion, and you tend to get detached from information about the world. And truth be told, we never did get to reach Sky Peak, so we've not seen it ourselves, so...
And as
The
far
library
as
The library up there is a wealth of information. Even all these years later, it still has its relevance, if you're willing to make the journey.
yeah. And
Go ahead.
we can count Mount Horn out of the picture because, well, the travelers frequent that area.
Yes,
Also,
they do.
out of character. 8K, are you trying to say something right now or no?
No?
Okay, making sure.
Your internet has been bunking a bit.
Yeah.
It would be not a bad time to try and take a break, and it would give you a chance to try and do something about your router.
I mean, we can do that. What do you think, AK?
Which thing?
We were suggesting take a break so you can try probably reset your router, see what else if anything's going wrong. So because your connection, even in that response, was breaking up.
Plugged it.
I have no idea what you just said.
It sounded like he said unplugged.
I've already unplugged it and plugged it.
It's gotta be his ISP then.
Yeah, it's gonna be something in the area.
We'll work around it.
We'll do our best to work around it. Yeah. Let me think.
So out of all the locations, it seems Sky Peak may be the most likely.
Sky Peak's an option. There's also Seafarer's Cavern.
Were we
We
not
were
there
in there
before?
once.
Yes.
That was to find your friend.
Who's
given its
been?
pro-
Oh, good. Sorry.
Given its proximity to Silver Port, it's not entirely improbable that a wayward traveler might have spotted something coming in or out of there if they had tried setting up there.
I mean, yeah, considering Lacentia's been here all this time.
It is still a well-traveled area.
True. Come to think of it. Well, damn, we kind of need him. Do we have
There is-
anyone? Do we? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There was one more place. You're not going to find it on this map, and frankly, the people who do live there very much prefer it to stay that way. Apollo would say before looking over at Rain.
Rain just shook his head and was like, "I can go check." but I doubt they're there.
Do you want me to come with you for that?
They know my face. They don't know yours.
Okay, fair.
To be fair, Rain, it's been how many decades since you've been there? I'm sure no one who's seen you before is even still there.
It has not been that long. I do go back.
Plus Kara's there.
Just like plus is there?
Plus Kara's there.
Right. It's not. It hasn't been. Wait, you talking Lumen City?
I believe that's what Apollo was talking about.
Nope.
No.
Apollo was
Apollo's-
talking about the Hidden Isle.
Mm-hmm. To which Rain says, like, pretty sure it has not been that long since I was last there. I've been there within the last year. At this point, it's just somewhere I go basically to get my head back on straight.
If I recall, you even said a certain shaman there went off on her way.
As I recall, you and said what?
You even said a certain shaman there went off on her way.
Yes, she did. Either way, I can make a pass over in that area and see if anything's going on and come right back. If I don't come back, then you go. Because that means something's wrong. So that does bring up a good idea, a good question. What's the likelihood of something being under the water?
Aside from, well, the ocean dwellers and potentially, he was already dealt with by King Nidon and Danica. Who knows?
Huh?
Hmm?
Glacy?
Hmm?
Macklin's out of character first.
Hmm?
Actually, you know what? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll ask in character instead. Linsula.
Hmm?
This location in the bottom right of the map.
Zero, yeah.
Any chance we can do a flyby? Check it out. Or
That place is affected the most by the distortions in this world.
would Ingle be crazy enough to go there if there happens to be a shard of Eternatus there?
Well, honestly, it would be difficult to see why, because as far as we've seen, all the Eternatus shards have been in the immediate area around Cassia Town, in the forests. And that place appeared way later. It's not out of the question given all of these distortions, but I just don't see it being possible.
Well, can't say I've seen it before, but
I mean, at this rate, we've seen all the impossible, haven't we?
true.
Fair.
Though I suppose one idea is that we can look around for any other isles that happen to exist. If that just popped up, who knows if there's others? And on top of that, We should probably try and find a means to track down crystals again. Be it from travelers or from Padrock's research.
Crystals?
Well, Eternatus shards.
Right.
If there are any that are still out there. And if they're not with one person, they're with another. If there's any that are still free-flowing, we need to find it. You find it, you find Dingle. You find Dingle, well, there's also something else we have to figure out.
Didn't casters once say, though, that all the Eternity shards have been taken already?
He did.
Hmm.
So there might not even be any left.
If not him, then Angle.
Then, do we have anyone that's sensitive to... Do we have anyone that's sensitive to Mugandina? I believe that was his name.
Aside from the one we already know, no.
Great.
He's still out. The only two people who were tied to it were Castor and Angle.
Out of curiosity, what about somebody who's been in contact with him at least once? Such as us.
Potentially, but have you felt anything?
Not recently.
Hey, Padrock.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, you established a mental tank with your team, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Have you ever seen Mugen through it?
Don't think it was as well established through it. I think I met him in a dream once.
What about that time when we had to try and fish Angle out of Castor's head?
There was that, but that was less of me going in, but more us being sent into the dream.
Right.
So you've been working on that kind of thing, right? I don't know, it may be a long shot. But
Yeah. If today's been any indication, not quite sure how useful range it has.
To be fair, we have nothing but long shots right now.
that's sad. Let's put this away for now.
Let's see.
Oh, so welcome to the stream, Senate. Thanks for the raid of 12, and hope you have fun with,
Double
This session.
digits!
and hope you had a good stream as well.
Rain would lean forward, fingers clasped together, just leaned forward as he tried to think. Are there any sightings of purple distortions?
We've not seen any.
Lately, we haven't heard any reports of it.
I know we had Green appear at the Dreadfort.
But
The red
green's pretty much the default, right?
Green is in fact the default, yes, Padrock. The reds have been gone ever since Yogor has been laid low. Purple was usually the sign of Mugen was of Eternatus influence. Well, this is certainly a tricky puzzle. Been so focused on taking care of one, we have not been able to find the other. Not for lack of trying, though.
In this discussion, we kind
Alright, Dusk, you're cutting up.
well, I was about to say what we got from this discussion was don't really have any leads on where they are, but in the middle of that, this asshole comes walking up. So I switched to saying, "Oh, come on."
Oh. Just kind of looks over in that direction like, oh, for Pete's sake.
And almost immediately, Reuven flares up and just jumps out of the chair.
Hey, Glacy,
Mm-hmm.
you remember what I asked before about Padrock cutting the illusions out of his mind?
Mm-hmm.
I want to do that now.
Go ahead.
Do I need to roll anything for it?
Go ahead. Roll focus.
Oh. No, that's...
I'm using my probability control here.
Oh my god, you flipped it on its head! You flipped
You
it around!
literally flipped it around!
Turn yourself around. Turn it upside
He's
down.
just like, this is like, no, you don't seem to understand. That 3 belongs in front of the 1.
Okay.
Need to clarify something here.
Aren't we having fun? Yes. Dice.
You got a lot of nerve showing your face around here.
What do you want this time?
No.
Hey, Glacy,
Padrock. Yes.
human, is it?
Nope.
Okay. Like, image over the link of what he's seeing when he cuts out the illusion. Description you gave me, it's a tall creature standing on 2 legs. Oh, okay, it is a Zoroark. Are there any distinguishing features?
No. Well,
Okay.
It's purple. That's all you can see.
Okay. A purple Zoro.
Purple.
So, Padrock, what do you do?
Padrock steps out, glaring at it. That's an interesting trick you're pulling.
What do you mean?
I mean, of all the illusions you could have picked, that's the one you're going with?
Fine. Fine. Z, with me.
I'm just gonna
Excuse-
move. I'm just gonna move out the way.
Z just gives a quiet nod in response.
And promptly, Zane jumps forward next to him.
I'm going to. Where the fuck is it? There it is.
Double days.
So this is a funny thing I can do.
Copycat cannot miss.
And so, on Padrock's confirmation, the two Zoroarks immediately jump forward, hit the ground with a blast of red energy blasting everywhere. And suddenly, Zorellen isn't the only one that disappears.
Oh,
What the? Daniel?
what is going on?
What just happened?
The where black man.
Hmm?
That wasn't Daniel.
Oh, you just had to spill the beans, didn't you?
I mean, it was either that or you're gonna probably get another dynamite stick down the throat. Please.
That worked once. It wasn't gonna work this time. Who are you? You.
You might as well come clean. You're not leaving.
Fine. Fine. Yes, it's been an illusion this entire time. All of it has been an illusion. Including my brother. Who you... Thanks a lot for that, bitch.
She's just gonna look at him, think about it for a bit, ponder a moment. Seems to be counting on the fingers, and then just stops and was like, "You're gonna have to clarify."
You don't
Well,
remember, do you?
What was your brother doing that would prompt me to do that?
Oh, he may have been quick in his anger towards the first thing he saw, but you took the first attack. Remember that mighty Inna that you attacked 33 years ago?
With the
In the
Unki?
ruins?
Oh. Okay, now I'm following.
My
Carry on.
brother and I did our best to survive. And Laura Ellen gave us a means to do so. Then your son had to shove a stick of dynamite down his throat.
Glacy.
You cut
Okay,
out.
I'll be back. Said, Laura Ellen gave us a means of survival. Then your son had to stick a dynamite down his throat.
Considering what would have happened if they didn't, no one would be surviving right now.
Well, we were supposed to set the illusion that he survived. Unfortunately, no one can survive such a thing. So, all my brother and I had to do was run. Out came us from the ditch. We were gonna make a run for it, but my brother, Zaniel, got a little careless. Admittedly. But you were first to hit. And he didn't survive.
Wait, so Samuel was never here?
Daniel has been dead for 33 years.
He just looks over to Leela and Patrick like in a little bit of shock.
Dang. All this time.
That's his.
Go on, Patrick.
He will-
You were cutting out a lot. If you need to, type it.
Oh, he's refreshing. Or may have disconnected.
No, he's typing.
It can be both.
Oh, I see.
I didn't choose to disconnect, but it happened.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say what you're trying to say. You're coming in
I
clear
was
now.
just saying that while Aluvi was looking at Padrock was looking at Leela for her reaction.
Yeah, he kind of had that look of shock, like, what?
You're saying all this time. Daniel has never been here? That was you? Daniel just... This lure just stares at Leela. For the record, it's death. My name is Seth, Leela. And no, he hasn't. What? No.
You've been selling out inside secrets to the cultists, haven't you?
Yes, in time you would kill each other. Either way, both be gone in the end.
None of we have anything to say about it.
Either way, the rubble would be cleared out. And I could finally find some place to be at peace. Not with rescuers, not with cultists. No new masters. No one. I would just be able to settle down and be at peace.
Until the world dies.
And what would that do for you?
Well, if the world died, what's left for me to lose?
Clearly, you're not.
No. What are you doing? You monster! I hate you! I hate you!
Whoa.
Leela!
He just stares at Leela, conflicted, before he just jumps away.
Oh, we can't even react to that?
He disappears in a ray of light.
So all this time, Zanuel was nothing more than just an illusion? This doesn't make Zane, surely you can explain this.
Just falls on her knees, crying.
Padrock kneels next to her, arms around her, without even needing to think about it.
Ah, jeez.
He glancing over to Trevor.
This is a dream, Paddock. Tell me this is a dream.
Padrock looks her in the eyes, opens his mouth. He knows how to lie to people he loves. But he can't. Not now. And he just shakes his head. I'm sorry. I can't say that. I wish I could, but I can't.
This is... No, this isn't real. Why? Why? Why, Padrock?
I can't be sure. I guess. I don't know. For some reason, because he lost his brother, everyone else has to lose theirs.
I already lost my brother.
I was talking.
I did my best to keep him here, Hadrock. I stopped him from falling.
Yeah. Right. Hedrock just holds her to that. Sorry, I don't have any answers.
I just want to wake up. I just want to wake up. None of this happened.
Padrock lifts his head for a moment, motioning for Farah to come over. Come on. I think Leela needs all the comfort she can get at this moment. Trevor, too, if Apollo manages to find him.
I don't even know what to say.
We're going to keep looking at this.
I'm so sorry.
Hadrock. He just clenches around him and hugs him.
Bedrock, not unable to form words, just gently rests his head against hers. Holding Leela, but making sure there's enough room for Farah to hug as well.
Just sets her wings around both of them.
We're still here, Leela.
She just buries her nose into his shoulder, sobbing. You bastard.
How are we supposed to even address this? Like, there's just nothing I can say. I'm just as shocked as she is.
I'm still trying to figure that out, Luffy. Just trying to figure that out.
Figuring out a 3-decade-long illusion? Having made friends with someone I thought was real. How else are we supposed to take that?
I've met them. I formed a team. I sent them out on missions. They worked together. We talked, we've laughed, we've worked together, and now we're just here, and I don't know.
Though
I don't know.
it does answer one thing that's been bothering me. How long have we known them, and they never evolved? Not once. It always seemed a little strange to me. At first I thought it was just stunted growth like myself, but the longer time went on,
People can choose not to evolve. It's nothing new. My question is why? Why their team in particular? Why like this?
he didn't want to be found out, but
So what was his plan?
if I had to guess. So, what do you know of the reports that we had in the Dreadfort where we came across this very same Malamar? We thought it was a ghost. Not real. Only for him just to appear right here. Which just tells us, no, it was not a ghost. But the real thing, disguised as the ghost.
You
Or a second illusion?
you saw Ellen at the Dreadfort.
Correct.
And
Just after we dealt with Bismuthia.
And Team Blackthorn was also there.
In a cell, according to
cell.
reports.
Did Sir Ellen say anything?
No, he just beckoned us to follow him upstairs and then he disappeared again.
Leading you.
I don't really know what he was intending us for us to do, but
She looks over
whether
at
he was...
Kua.
Kua's gonna land forwards over here. It's not like this is the first time he's shown up in town. You remember way back in your early days when Apollo spotted Zorellen in this town?
Right, he did mention that he saw it in the alleyways.
And we simply dismiss it as, well, an illusion. A zealot trick, if anything else. But no.
We were right on the money with that one. It most certainly was an illusion, just not the one we thought.
It's not what we thought.
And at that time, Team Blackthorn was also here. Then... much as I'm loath to admit it, this makes sense now.
Wait, if he was leading us upstairs as if he knew where they were, wouldn't that mean he still cared? Even just a
No.
little bit?
It means he wanted them gone too.
He might have just wanted out of the cage.
Just like... If your reports are consistent, then it's just like the situation with Bismuthia. Both sides to destroy one another, and to see where it goes from there, but rather than take control, he's just after his destruction.
Be left alone.
He had to lose. But the way he looked at her attacking him hurt. In more ways than one.
That's kind of why I made the suggestion that maybe he does care even just a little bit. Albeit it was the worst way of doing so.
Don't talk about that. Don't say he cared. Don't.
All right.
If he cared, he wouldn't have been doing all this. He wouldn't have been doing all this whole time.
How could he?
Thus the question comes to why the manipulation.
It just came out begin with. He didn't have to do this.
He made the water.
You're roboting again.
I think he made the why very clear in his speech.
Then he never cared to begin with. I don't care how he looked at me. That was just another one of his bullshit acts. Like everything.
So what now?
I need some time to think. As of right now, I have nothing. I have nothing at the moment. Just
Kua looks from side to side. I don't know if we have time to think, given how the sky's looking right now.
Our sun's just setting.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were doing like one of the like bad
Yeah.
thing happening.
No.
Lame.
It's just sunset.
My bad.
Louis said no, sorry.
The sun's setting. That just means that we can't go out and do that ingredient farm that I was gonna probably do, but I could probably ask Sunrose if she's got anything.
What do we do now? Now we
That's
have
the
this
million.
new entity.
That is the $1 million freaking question. Though I have to wonder, what was he gonna say before you realized what was going on, Padrock?
I think it seemed that he was planning to do some kind of taunt. I didn't go peeking into his mind before pointing out the deception.
A question. How many times have you seen that illusion?
All of us? I
Yes,
can only
every
count,
single account.
from what I remember, maybe 5 or 6 times.
Get it in writing. Or, no, I'll just check the records. I'll find it. There may be a pattern. We can figure out what they're doing.
But why Zor Ellen? Why would he disguise himself as that thing of all places?
Padrock turns to Aluvi. You gotta be careful not to accidentally count those times that time we encountered a clone.
I'm not counting that one. That one was very much real, I could tell.
Do we even know they were clones? For all we know, they could have just been other Malamar.
One that has the very same demeanor as supposedly what was said about Zor-Ellen, according to Apollo. That's what it seemed to be.
Not, well, not to be specious, but that is kind of what every Malamar zealot I've seen before has been like.
Well, the clone didn't have any such marks on on their back, from what I remember.
As for your question, though, well, him taking the image could have been simple. Like he said, Zoran was looking after him.
Even still, he knows their reputation around here. Why draw attention like that?
Could have been trying to lead us to something. Except this time, he broke the disguise.
Go ahead, Kua.
It's cool by
Roboting.
the panic. The reason I remember the whole stuff is
You're still roboting to hell and back.
I'm sorry, man. I have no idea what you're saying.
fucking
Or disconnect and reconnect.
Should we try another server, if that may help? Or
Give me a moment.
let's see, where is...
There we go. Let's try that again, 8,000.
nope. Oh, this is frustrating.
It is.
Yeah,
Let's see if
I know-
changing
I know
the
that's-
servers help.
Well, it does like my whole connection drops.
Well, that happened because I was changing the server location.
No, his whole connection dropped again afterwards.
Mhm.
Like including Roll20 and websites.
But yeah, try again, Patrick. Or Kua.
Kua turns to Aluvi and says, he could have been trying to cause a panic. The reason I remember Apollo, the first time Apollo saw him so well, is I almost sprained a wing checking over the town.
He did kind of go into a frenzy there.
Given I wanted to make sure there was no remains to resurrect, I think I was justified.
To be honest, at least now you don't have to worry about that being an actual reality, because it seems that it was all just a trick.
The fact that he got past me is the of all people.
And me. Usually I can check aura just fine, and I'd be able to detect the stuff like that. That's not good. Patrick! Annoying as it is, I commend you for your perception. I have to do better. I have to do better.
I
Hi, Portia.
Hi, Portia.
We just heard the ever so instant.
Go on, Patrick.
Yeah, the last line, Padrock, are cutting off parts of my perception.
Cutting off parts of your How does one do that, Zane?
It's not entirely possible to close that kind of thing out, but it would have to take someone really experienced, like even more than any Zoroark I've ever met.
They said they've been doing it for the better part of 30 years, right?
Perhaps even longer. If you'll excuse me, Linsta, I need a moment.
I think we all do at this point.
Damn it all. I'm sure our eye of the entire world around us has most likely seen this. He just kind of gestures over to the tree.
Smerlis has anything to say about this. Surely
Honestly?
she should have seen something.
I mean, Cleo just looks to it and then looks to the others. We could always go ask.
What would he be able to tell us that we don't already know?
I have a feeling she can tell you a lot of things you don't already know. Some of those things you may not want to know.
If she did see any of this, for what reasons would she have to hide it from us? That doesn't really make any sense.
Well, I guess we can ask then.
For all we know, it could very well just been a promise.
Or could it really have been possible he was hiding it even from her?
Could have been.
Escaping
No
the
one-
all-seeing eye of Zygarde, that'd be crazy.
No one is omnipotent or omniscient. So it'd be best to just ask. We can't assume she knows things.
Well, Esmeralda, if you're saying this or hearing this, do you mind coming over for a moment?
Aluvi,
He just looks at he's looking at the squishy like it's a person.
you do know proper policy means she
Please?
will have to be released
Right.
and brought over by guards. She can't just walk over willy-nilly.
Well, she could
It'd be
just ask,
faster if
right?
we go to her.
Fine. Delay that, we'll come to you. Ugh. Make up your mind, what do you want?
Answers.
I want to go sit by the lake. If that's okay.
Let's go.
I really don't know what I'm gonna end up having to do in this situation. Leela's heartbroken, I can tell.
Out of character.
Mhm.
Do we want to switch over to
Apollo.
Apollo and Trevor?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
So Apollo, upon spotting Trevor walking away, immediately followed after. Before finally catching up at the corner of the lake. Hey, Trevor, hold up.
Then as he hears Apollo, he just turns around and growls to him.
Where are you trying to go right now?
Anywhere but there.
Honestly, that's fair.
Do you have any idea what it's like to fall in love with someone like that, only for it to be fake?
No. Paula says, no, I really don't.
I'm scum that took away my dad.
Your dad.
You saw it happen. The way they fucking murdered him outside Malva.
When did that happen?
Add a character you saw when the Zealots first showed up as the leaders. When they killed the Nice Leaf.
Right.
Yeah.
And also pursued Reuven. I mean, not Reuven, Levi.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. I remember that.
I thought it was the Garchomp that killed him.
Nope, it was Engel.
Here's Engel.
I think it was like Darkstorm was tricked into it, and the Zealots all showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, back into character.
I remember that day all too well.
You couldn't imagine how that must have felt to me.
I can imagine, but I don't think I'll ever truly understand. I've lost people I cared about. But it's nothing like what you're going through right now. I know that if I had to go through it all over again, I wouldn't want to handle this kind of a burden alone. I've never been any good at these things, but whatever it takes.
What are you gonna do? Replace him?
Couldn't do that if I wanted to. It was Angle that did. That took your father away.
It was that thing that took my lover away. I cared about him. And he was never even there. I just looked a monster. You fucking get that? Do you get how fucking crazy that is?
I'm still trying to come to terms with it myself.
You'd never understand it, Apollo.
But I want to.
No, you don't.
You-
No,
Your
you
team.
don't.
Your team may be down an entire member.
Oh yeah, that's what's important right now.
They're gonna need you. They're gonna need you. Because now we've got that guy in the wind. They need to be stopped. You have a right to be angry. But I want to know if we can't focus that into something. I don't know.
If I ever find him, it'll be my claws that stop him.
Your claws, huh? Show me.
Don't ask.
Sure you wouldn't want a pointer on how to, I don't know, be a little more potent for when the time comes?
Said don't ask.
Alright.
I'd rather not take my aggression out on you.
I didn't say about taking out aggression. I just happen to know a few tricks that keep claws every bit as effective as they need to be. Figured you might be interested in that, if you do intend to use your claws for the deed.
Now. I don't even know.
Well, keep me in the loop then.
He just reaches his paw towards the water. You know what I see in this reflection, Apollo?
What do you see? Paul says, casting his gaze toward Trevor's reflection.
Myself.
Anything in particular?
Just myself. What I always used to see was myself sitting next to Daniel. He's always there. And I can't even look at this without imagining he's still there. All this time that he never wanted to be around, always just an illusion. Guess there was more than just that. It's because he never really was there to begin with. So how could he be there?
I don't know.
I'm just repeating myself.
Sometimes that may be just what you need to do in order to help get you past these next few moments. And if being beside you right now helps you bear that burden a little better so you can get past this, I'll give it a shot.
You're another dark type.
Well, first time I came to Cassie, I wasn't like that.
Spare me the details. I don't know if I should like that or hate it. Just... I don't think I can handle another Zaniel. Especially not if something like that ever happens again.
Take as much time as you need to heal on that. You need anything, talk to me, talk to someone on the team. In fact, I'm going to introduce you to someone. Someone who may be able to help you sort through your thoughts and feelings in a little more detail.
You're talking about the Lucaria. I've already met her.
Have you tried her services before? Or just talking with her?
Once or twice.
Take as much time as you need right here as you are. But keep her contact info close by. She's got a natural talent for these sorts of things, and, well, a lifetime ago, it was exactly what I needed. Maybe she can help you too.
I used to tell him the same thing. The way he was always jumpy. But he could use someone to calm him down. God, and the thing reminds me of that.
Sounds to me like you'll need to make new memories. Not the worst thing to do, but it can be done.
You can see he's clearly choking over his own words, tearing up.
Paul is just sitting beside Trevor, letting him have his moment.
Maybe the only one who could understand what Leela's going through right now.
Why do you say that?
Because he was close to me. I lost my dad. And we both lost. We never had him to begin with. I say that.
Would it help if we went to speak to Allura now?
Think about any of this anymore.
If you need a break from all this right now, you're well within your right to take it. She's got a way of helping with that. When you're ready to face it, you can have as many of us around as you want.
What about Leela?
Knowing her, she's got Padrock right by her side.
And Sarah?
I'll see if I can't chat her up next.
Thanks, Apollo.
It would probably be at that point that they would see the three of them, Terra included, coming past the tavern.
Shall we?
He just slowly brings himself back to his feet. Taking a brief glance back and seeing Leela, Padrock, and They're up north. He looks at them for a moment. Should I wait for them, or
It's up to you. If you think speaking with them first is going to help, I'd do it.
meanwhile the three of them are coming down? You can control yourself, Patrick.
Oh, okay. I thought you were moving them as a trio.
I was, but I'd rather you control yourself.
Okay.
Trevor just
I'm down.
presses his claws into the grass, a little tense.
He'll glance over, but not smiling, but trying to look very. He gets the group a spot with a view of the fountain.
Layla glances down towards Trevor. She doesn't say anything, but she can clearly see that he's also not in his best state. I made him a moment, if you all don't mind.
Go right ahead.
Leela. It's no consolation, but the three of us are going to be together, no matter what. And no illusion can break that. Got it? She just makes a small nod. I'm always here. Okay. But I need a moment to sort things for myself. So I'll be back. I will be back. And with that, while it may be early, Are there any other things that people would like to do?
I got a couple.
Not
things.
really. Apollo is seeing Trevor off, and I suppose Apollo and Araceli could do a little chat about what's happened today.
If she wants to come in.
Let's see. I'll give about 15 seconds. Or one.
That was perfectly timed.
It's almost like she's watching the stream or something. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Just
I'm
off.
not
I
sure
literally
how-
I was spam clicking trying to get the fuck in here. The moment I heard Aricel, I was like,
I'm not sure how far the stream is delayed back, so yeah. But I have a couple of things I wanted to do.
3 seconds.
Let's
Understood.
do Levi first, and then
Yeah.
Be
Back up at
lighting
the
the
tavern.
So Levi is going to walk past Reuben and go ahead and head over to Cleo as well, along with Luby already there. As Cleo was simply saying, there isn't anything you can do about this. Words mean nothing when trust is shattered. Trust me. Only actions can resolve this now.
And what actions we perform may or may not even fix the issue at hand.
Well, I know it isn't going to fix it.
Standing around doing nothing.
You're smarter than you look, Luffy. Levi would look over to...
It's like, well, whenever you do get Esmeralda on contact, let me know. There's a couple questions I would ask her.
I can do you one better.
And that
Come with
being,
me. Come with me.
all right.
That said, I should probably go check on Rain.
Please do. I think everyone is suffering from some sort of ailment at this whole thing.
Wonder if it may not have been a good idea to leave him on his own.
Oh, he's not going to do anything stupid. Just needs time to think.
Yeah, no, you come easy.
Hmm?
He's not gonna do anything stupid, is he?
Z just simply shakes his head no.
Good.
But he'll still follow along.
Yeah, Olivia moves aside for Saline. It's like, sorry, I'm in the way.
Either way, Levi and would look over to Olivia and Cleo for simply saying, I mean, I can come along. Yes, seeing as I'm sure she'd appreciate seeing a friendly face. Cleo would just look over to Levi, and her expression is a mixture of doubt as well as friendly. Just a wry smile about the suggestion before looking to Levi. You gotta promise me not to listen too much to whatever she asks of you. Otherwise, it could be a problem. Especially with you.
If anything, I think you should be more honest around him.
That is a double-edged sword, Luffy.
And look
But
what
you're not
happened when a
wrong.
lie is And look what happened when a lie is brought forth after how many years? I think I prefer honesty at this point.
Too true. God damn it. Levi would look over to Cleo like, there is one more thing I wanted to ask. Well, not even an advent of this, but just in general, I was going to ask this a year earlier, but now more than ever, I feel that our team needs to become a bit stronger to take care of whatever is coming next. And I wanted to see if there were any places we can go to do that. If you had any facilities, around for training, be it old or new, or if you know of any empty spaces. Cleo would look over and say, is the training yard not enough?
That's what I wonder.
Not this time, no ma'am. I wanted to do something a bit special. Something of combat training, not necessarily in a training yard, but something a bit more focused, specialized.
And that being.
I do want to have it something of a surprise, but I dare say it could probably help people smile a bit. Could be fun. We can use a bit of fun right now. To which that, she would look over to Levi and just give a small smile before giving a nod. I'll see what I can do. But, would you like to come along with me? We'll go see your godmother. Carefully, of course. But, so long as she has nothing to hide, we don't need to hide anything from her. But you both are to be on your best behavior. After all, she has helped us quite a bit.
Cleo, look me in the eyes and tell me that I would do something stupid, much less something untrustworthy.
Cleo would look over to Louis and smile before patting his head with a paw. Stupidity is a choice. Ignorance, however, is mandatory. I don't know what she'll do.
Of course. I guess everyone is suspect these days.
I didn't say you're going to be a problem.
No, but you implied it.
No, I didn't. Though if that's how you took it, I apologize.
So, where are we going exactly?
Let's see. If I recall correctly, it's to the west. So we can start there. Oh, good.
I suppose.
And along the way, we could probably stop in a couple of spots to see if you can grab some more deadly nightshade.
It's not only deadly nightshade I would be thinking of. There are a couple other natural poisons, as they were.
Cleo would give something of a whistle. And almost immediately,
Like, he just stiffens up, like, turns around. When did you get there?
just did. Mom called.
You heard that?
He just gives a small nod. Why don't you and Kua come with me, Raven? Enjoy enjoy a night while we go and pay a visit. And as Luby steps aside, you can look and just see Kuid has now also appeared, manifested.
Literally
More,
just falls
like
out of the sky.
looking up. More like he's on the tree.
Oh. I don't know how I didn't see you there.
Despite his size, Kuid is one of my best operatives when it comes to stealth.
Yeah. I don't know how you managed that with this as big as you are.
She looks over, it's like, some call him a shadow walker.
What, you're saying that he hides in the shadows of other people?
Cleo looks over, gives a smile, and keeps walking.
I wasn't being serious. You cannot tell me that that's real. She's kidding, right, Kua?
As they're walking, Kua would be flying above them, somehow silent despite the span of. And he just smirks down at Aluvi.
I don't like that you guys are smiling at me like that.
Keep living, Luby. You learn that much and more about the world, as you already have.
Next thing you're gonna tell me is that I could blend in via just reflections.
Maybe put your mind to it.
Would that make me any better than... No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that.
Smile a little, Livy. We don't know everything, so we go and discover. And hopefully, learn a bit more about the world.
That said, want to pan a little north for just a moment?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good thing you guys are here, because I have vision here.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like coincidence? I think not.
Either way, Rain is currently seated in the flower patch, eyes closed, hands on his knees, legs crossed. Though, you know what? Hey, Linsula, can you roll, I suppose, perception or intuition? Understood, Apollo?
Intuit via Yin.
That's an
The
ouch.
Yin did not percept. The Yin did not perceive.
She's got a lot on her mind, too. It's not going to notice anything.
Indeed. Indeed. It's been a pretty tumultuous time in the city, in the town. So, I guess both of them can easily have something on their mind. However, Z will also relate what he sees to Linsla. For Linsla, all you see is that Rain is meditating, but they seem to be doing their best to just relax. Though, for Z felt there was something in the air. Emanation, as their species line is known for. You can pick up on the emotions of their species based on the energy around them. And the emotions around Rain are, for a lack of a better word, tumultuous. It's like a small war is happening within him. Thoughts alone as they are doing their best to meditate. And unfortunately, not quite succeeding. And Z would relay that to Linsula.
Hang in there.
There. I'm going to actually roll this with disadvantage. Huh. Even then. There's a small jump, a small jolt that Rain has before he looks over to Lintilla quietly and then just looks off. Just trying to think. Nothing more. I don't. Usually in times like this, I'm supposed to be looked to figure out what to do next. I don't know. I don't know. I hate to admit that I don't know, but I don't know, so I'm trying to figure something, if anything, out at this point.
Here we were, trying to make plans for how to deal with the rest of the zealots. And suddenly, a new entity comes into play.
Yep. And another one that has nothing to do with the zealots from the sound of it. Beyond wanting their destruction as well.
I don't think he's in the mood to help us do it.
No. Especially not now.
What do we do about
First and foremost, I'm gonna see what can be done if we can find, if not acquire another ally to join Team Blackthorn's team. I'm hesitant to send them out as a 3-person team.
Sure, that's even a good idea.
Hmm?
You sure that's even a good idea?
I'll get their perspective on it first before I make a hard decision on anything. I'm not going to force that on them, especially not now. If anything, their team's going to be out of commission for a while, I dare say, until they come to tell me that they're ready to keep going.
For the best.
Though, it's just... that's one thing. Just... I should have got ahead of this. I never noticed. I didn't know.
Right.
Here I am, supposed to be able to discern these kind of things, from be it from aura, be it from just looking for anything out of place. Anything wrong, just figure it out. But
Rain,
what?
here's a question for you to mull over. If you'd found out about this at any other time before now, would there have even been a better time? Would any other time have been worse, given everything that's been going on? As much as I hate to even think about any good to come out of this, with the second of the 3 heads of the zealots down, it's probably honestly the best time that could have happened. If there's any light in the darkness. If this had happened any other time, the fallout could have been even worse.
feel like if it happened sooner, if it didn't happen, and if I noticed it, I could have gotten ahead of it.
You could have.
Or to soften the blow or something. How, though?
But then what?
But then what?
How long do you think Team Blackthorn's going to be out for this?
Until they tell me, all three of them, that they're ready to go on a mission. They'll be staying put.
Leave it
It could
at
be a
that.
week.
And we leave it at that.
Yeah. It could be a week, it could be a month, it could be who knows how long. But I'm not moving to force them to do anything. Unless the situation is dire enough for me to call upon them and say, hey, we need you now. But until that comes up, I have to figure out what to do next. I know for a fact that this is also affecting Team Eclipse as well. For one of their members is effectively going to be busy. Not out, but distracted.
Already down at Ember.
Yeah.
Team Eclipse, Team Blackthorn, Team Vanguard.
Hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
Hi, Embry. If you are who I think you are, welcome to the stream and thanks for following.
Alright, I'm back. But he just kind of sits there in thought before saying, we do have somewhere we can go look. This time looking for history rather than, well, everything else. Could make a walk through the Cassia ruins again. See what's there now. Seems to be a reoccurring place in our investigations anyway.
Yeah.
I'm also going to probably go over the Malva City.
Well, it's a good place to
Say-
look. There's always looming. Town.
Well, Malva City's for a different reason. I got a feeling I can't have a situation happen again where someone walks into town and I just sit there trying to figure out what I can do, what to do. Do I mobilize to surround? Do I mobilize to attack? I just sat there as that all happened. Not again.
Honestly, I don't think any of us really knew what to do. Someone who's supposed to be dead. Completely. No chance whatsoever. I don't care if I've seen people come back from the dead. This wasn't that case. And he's here. I don't think any of us knew what to do. Yeah, all evil is natural.
I can't shake the voice in the back of my head telling me that I should have done something. But the same voice in the back of my head can't tell me what that something is.
And maybe you should tell it to shut up. At least for a little bit.
If only it were that simple. Hey. I'm still gonna go to Malva, though. I need to get stronger. he needs to get back into going again, even if it hurts. I need to get back into moving around and being able to do whatever needs to be done. If the conflicts are going to start coming back here, I need to make sure I'm ready. I feel like I've gotten rusty. Even if I can still fight now, I don't feel as confident. If that makes sense.
Well, no doubt Monroe can get you back into that shape. You get to work with
That's where I'm
him
going.
for decades.
That's why I'm going to him. And if not there, well, I can always work with you. Until such a time comes where I can actually focus. Meditating is going to get me nowhere.
Shall I come with you?
Sure. Though, first things first. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. Go to Hidden Owl, look around. And then from there... Fuck, I don't know.
Till you come back, we'll hold the fort. Rather, we'll hold the fort.
Z just puts a hand on Rain's shoulder again, just on both shoulders, and just gives a small nod. Before Rain just looks off and nods back. Alright. Like I said earlier, 24 hours. If I don't come back, something's wrong. I probably should know the way.
Of course.
Really, you want to be dodging it away.
See you soon, then.
Of course. I'll take one of those communicators with me just in case.
And with that said, go back down to the lake.
Lake. The lake, the lake, the lake.
Alright.
Having seen Trevor off to Allura, Paul lets off a sigh before pacing his way back around the lake. He's right about here when he sees the water rippling just off to his side.
There's a little bit of humming. Oh, fuck, excuse me. There's a little bit of humming as coming from that ripple, swimming towards the edge of the lake.
A day like today, just the face I wanted to see, but I don't recognize the song.
Oh, don't think much of it. Just nonsense humming, musing to myself. Dear Apollo.
Well, it's a very nice tune, either way. How have you been today?
I've been good. How have you been, my dearest Apollo?
Been all over the dang place.
Mm.
Started this morning with my duel with Reuven.
Oh, was that noise I heard? How'd that go?
Reuven got his point across. I got my rebuttal in, though.
Is that so, dear?
Yeah. He's got a lot of nice tricks up his sleeve. I just hit a hell of a lot harder.
She takes a flipper and pats the top of your head. That sounds about right. I only wish I could have seen it.
Now, as far as spectacles go, it wasn't much to look at. Well, at least not until the end.
The end. You always were one for grand finales, based on what I've seen.
Well, it definitely could have been a finale, that's for sure.
She tilts her head a bit curious at that.
Long story short, I made a very risky maneuver that ended up paying off. Hit Reuven square in the chest with a little trick that you helped me learn with my horn.
Oh, so you have been getting better.
Took him right off his feet, but he got a parting shot in, and that was enough to stop me where I was.
Oh, Apollo.
Survived, and Alvi was nothing if not quick in getting us both back on our feet.
Honestly.
Of course, that's where the good news of today ends.
She looks saddened but ready to hear what's coming.
Do you remember that member of Blackthorn, Zanuel?
A little bit. We didn't talk too much, but I do know who you're speaking of.
Zanuel's been dead for 33 years.
I beg your pardon?
The Zanuel who actually lived was a zealot. Apparently, one who met their end at Cleo's hands. The actual person that team knew and worked with was a Zoroark by the name of Zeph, who has been disillusioned to a level of being a sociopath. And he has been steadily feeding the new masters, well, not the new masters, the zealots, information that Blackthorn has received. Blackthorn did not take that kind of betrayal very well. I just got done speaking with Trevor. That kind of hurt isn't going to go away overnight.
Well, when you think you've known someone for so long, it is pretty painful. I mean, I would know the pain of loss, but it's been a long time.
I found I'm very good at taking people down, and I'm god awful at building them back up. If you were listening to the conversation I was having with Trevor just now, I'm fairly certain I made an ass of myself on a few occasions. But I succeeded in my overall mission of making sure that Trevor is at least trying to get back on his feet, or at the very least, be able to look at himself in a mirror after what he had seen.
I did overhear the conversation, and you did what you needed to do.
Never felt like I was doing the best job I could, though. That's what's bothering me.
Apollo? You've always done a fantastic job based on what I've seen at the very least.
Maybe.
Oh.
At the very least, Leela's going to be in good hands, but I'm a little worried about Farah.
Why, if you don't mind me asking?
Can't really account for if anyone's taken time to check in on her. A lot of people got caught with their pants down with this reveal. And, well, getting past this is not going to be easy. And with the way it's affected everyone, I don't think Blackthorn's going to be doing much of anything for a long time. And I used to think that Team Eclipse was operating under strength ever since Castor went into that coma. Blackthorn's down to 3 people.
That is quite the predicament, especially after being a team of 4 for so long. But credit where credit's due. Even with you guys down to 4, you yourselves, you guys seem to be operating just fine.
miss having Castor around. He had a much better mind for this sort of thing.
Arisella just gently places her forehead against Apollo's. I know you do. But you're doing a great job regardless. And I know you're going to figure things out.
Thanks.
You just have to stop being so hard on yourself sometimes, dear.
It's not that I'm being hard on myself because I can. It's because I know what's going to happen if I can't come through for everyone else. Guildmaster may have relieved me of my leadership position, and I paid a lot in capital cost for staking my reputation on being able to take Zenaida out. But if I don't succeed here, it means that the new Treasure Town Rescue Guild is going to be operating under strength for a long time. Rain is able to do the job. There's no way today didn't rattle him to the core.
I can imagine so.
Been out of the job as Guildmaster for well over 18 years. I'm still having to shoulder that particular burden in some capacity. Enough on that, though. Wallace says, laying himself out on the ground and just letting his head sprawl against the grass.
Arisella scoots herself up a bit so she can kind of lay next to him on the grass. Kind of keeping her tail in the water, though. And just kind of nuzzles next to him, trying to give him some form of comfort.
Here I was thinking today was going to be an easy day. Out of character, that's everything Apollo was going to be doing for this scene.
Well, good, because you're getting prima nuzzles for the rest of the session.
Well, if Padrock or anyone else has anything they wanted to do, otherwise, we can call it a session.
Played that.
That was our. I was chewing a chip and I almost choked, honey.
Okay, that soundboard is working.
He was talking about playing that song earlier on my stream. I'm like, he's gonna fucking do it during session today, isn't he?
To be fair, I think I may have antagonized him in doing so.
You fucking did. A little bit.
I was not intentionally doing that. I did not know he had that.
That said, I think that is the end then.
Oh boy. Also, I noticed the song track was called Afterfall Insanity. I don't think there's some
game is
insanity
called-
going on.
The game is called Afterfall Insanity.
I'd also like to make a footnote. Hun, I was actually humming. Do you want to know what song I was actually humming?
What song?
Wings of Hope, she dances on the wind higher.
God.
Higher.
So, with that, Evil GM asks, did we have fun?
No, we did not. Fuck you.
Look, that duel between Apollo and Reuven was touch and go. God damn it if that didn't have a fucking killer ending right there.
I'm surprised you guys got a double KO.
I just saw your joke.
I took a look at that little tick thing that Reuven took and did a bit of calculations. I did not realize how close I was to pulling off a win with Apollo against Reuven.
And then he
They're
used
only like
cover.
they're not that far apart, and also you're a physical glass cannon.
As
I'm
soon
an
as you-
offensive support.
To be fair, you had a few extra gimmicks going on, but yeah.
Yes, like let's be real here. You're playing a red deck. I'm playing a blue deck.
what if-
You and I seem to remember how effective blue decks can be played very differently if our
Yeah.
experience at Frontal Equinox was anything to go by.
Yes.
Oh my god, we're going
Yes,
back
you're
there.
correct. But what I'm
Starboat.
saying is, you went aggro. I was playing with. I honestly should have done a few other things to turn the tide further in my direction, but I didn't.
To be fair, red and blue decks put together can be a little bit nuttier even then.
I know.
I love Storm.
What did they say? Either way, I had fun. Honestly, though, because I know my track record when it comes to duels, I'll take a tie.
To be fair,
Thematically, that was fucking clutch.
like
happened at the very
218 damage was what basically said, "Oh, you used recover? How about no?"
Oh no, that was already gone by like the first attack. The first aqua.
He was just
Aqua.
ensuring.
I just didn't want. I was doing what I needed to do to make sure I didn't go down.
So, how did you go down after that last attack you did?
Apollo hit Reuven for 218. I had Foxfire up.
And because he got attacked with a hitting move and got dealt that 218, he just said, "I'm going to use the Foxfire to drop an Ember on him," and he had barely any health left. So
Okay.
Apollo just had to avoid one of those fire hazards, and he probably could have survived.
Probably.
yeah, he got 26 health back on the lifesteal. If he had gotten any less of a roll on that Ember and had the double team stacks to just negate it, he would have been the only one standing.
Though to be fair, I'm glad I got it because like I said, my track record with duels is I want to say 1 in 6. I don't win often.
You were fighting your brother. You were fighting your brother from another mother, Rise.
No, I'm
You know what
talking
this was-
across several one-on-ones, including FTA, including ATS. I don't win duels. It don't happen. The only one I got was Reuven with Glacy, and even then, that was using a different strategy.
Really
When I
still
honestly
mad about that.
I believe it. In this case, though, it was. I wanted to make sure that this was a bit more than just okay. Sure, I'll go tit for tat with Reuven. No, I'm gonna lay out the reason, and I'm making this a mini boss fight.
A mini boss. Wrath of the Dawn, though, be like,
When I thought about that name, I'm like, okay, that's badass. I'm keeping that.
That was good.
So,
uh,
how about the
Levi
rest?
wanted to. I mean, Levi, I'm pretty sure, wanted to see what Luffy was cooking up, but, well, other things took precedence.
Later.
Which reminds me, I was going to ask about that training thing this session anyway, to get that set up and going.
Fair.
So, the fuck?
You okay?
You have to water my plans, Glacy.
Apologies. I planned this since before the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, considering all the build up to it, and it's 107 sessions in after the fact, it's like, yeah, this was pretty set in stone that it was gonna happen.
No one
So,
freaking knew it. Go ahead.
The Great Betrayal.
Was the reveal planned for this session, or was this an you know what, yes moment?
Nope. The reveal was planned for the session after Arnella's fall. It has always been planned that.
You just hit it on the head really freaking well.
And you've had your slow moments on this campaign. This was like S tier levels of being well planned out. Like, great job, Glacy.
Like we knew there was a mole in the city. We just didn't know who it was, and nobody
Well-
would have suspected Zanuel.
Hi, I'm gonna be honest, Glacy. I have been trying to guess who the fucking mole was for fucking ever. So this legitimately caught me off guard because this was one of the few things Glacy hasn't told me. Point
It was
of order.
one of the. It was literally the like Team Blackthorn. Literally the people that were there since the beginning. You couldn't have known that it was him.
Well,
Nobody.
fucking played, Glacy. You fucking fooled me and my social deductive ass.
I also alluded to it in session 2 when Zaniel was fading in his vision.
Oh my.
I didn't even
So-
know what was going on there at that
I
time.
remember that.
Go ahead.
What was
BK.
the original plan for? What was the original plan for how the reveal would happen?
Oh no, it was this.
Yeah, after Arnell's fall, he was going to be revealed.
Hmm
No,
whether or
what was
not-
the original plan of how it was going to happen?
Oh, with the Malamar thing.
Yeah,
No. It was this.
Not. Wait, so what Padrock did?
Well, not technically with Padrock. So back when this campaign started, obviously, like I had my characters doing a whole lot, and I always planned for Zane to be the one to reveal Seth.
Okay. So that changed. And the credit goes to, okay, cool.
It does
Cool,
make
cool,
sense.
cool,
It does
cool.
make. I mean, it does make sense now that Padrock couldn't find Zanuel because he was looking for Zanuel, who was nowhere to be found. He was not looking for the right person.
I see now. That's. You know, I had a feeling there was a good reason why that 31 didn't work. And I'm like, okay, that means you're planning something in regards to this. I don't know what you're planning.
It's a
What are you
secret
doing?
within a secret within a secret. And the
I just-
reveal it would have spoiled half the campaign.
I still kind of giggle over the fact he rolled a 13 and said probability control. Flips the 3 and the
Plus
1.
the 3 and the 1.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
like
Aura singing
13?
accompanied by
No.
that fucking flip was fucking amazing.
It's just like Uno reverse. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I always knew that this session was also gonna hurt. It
Oh, I bet.
hurt playing Leela and Trevor. It hurt so bad.
I say this, Glacy. You're fucking mean.
I had
got
to.
back here remember.
What was that, Patrick?
Like I got back just as you were saying Leela and Trevor.
I was gonna. Glace was saying it's gonna hurt a lot of people
I-
with the reveal.
I knew this session was gonna hurt. Like, since the beginning, I knew it was gonna hurt. And it hurt playing Leela and Trevor and doing
I mean-
everything here.
The funny thing is that the genuine shock Aluvi had was actually IRL shock as well, because even I couldn't believe that. I'm like, hey, yo, what?
Yeah, no, that was legitimate. Like, we can do. What the fuck can we do?
This
I
was the
can't shut
biggest
up.
secret that I had for the entire campaign.
Which means there's no more secrets, right?
Ship the ice.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
What was that, 8,000? If your internet's not dropping.
Connection bullshit. Sorry,
So-
what did you just say, Glacy?
Oh, I was just asking what you were saying.
I will say, connection bullshit aside, this was a very interesting session.
Hmm.
I did have concerns for like what that whole Malamar thing like what the fuck you were doing with that, and I did not see this being the outcome.
Yeah. Like we all thought, oh, it's a ghost. No, it's an illusion. Not the illusion you thought it was. Fuck.
Now you know. After 107 sessions, now you know.
I am just to find out like what the exact point of that particular illusion was.
He was feeding information. And he didn't really have any other disguises he wanted to use, supposedly. At least that's what we think, and he liked Zor-Ellen, apparently.
Oh, you'll see.
No, the Malamar.
You'll see.
Like, why show up in the middle of town when that time Apollo chased him, for example?
Oh, yeah. I honestly don't know about that one.
You'll see.
What? Hey, Harzath.
Hmm?
I can only remember 3 times we saw that Malamar illusion.
I
What?
was basically having like a general thought. Like, I know we've seen him multiple times. I just don't remember specifically how many.
I think it was only 3. I had intended
3?
for it to be like a dozen, but every time I had planned for it to come up, I forgot about it. So,
I mean, I was being generous with 5 to 6.
but yeah.
So I'm not sure how many of you all picked up on it, but Apollo is planning to try and teach not just Hone Claws, but his own special trick on using Hone Claws in combat to Trevor.
Well, technically, Trevor has Hone Claws already.
But yeah,
Well, Trevor can't use Hone Claws the way that Apollo does.
by critting to get a crit hone claws.
Exactly.
Of course, Trevor technically isn't a crit king either. He's not an Absol.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. It's
Right.
always a good chance that he could get a crit off those moves and still get it. It's better than nothing.
Also, technically, actually no. Yeah, different ability. Never mind. He does have an ability pertaining to Hone Claws, but it's something else.
Ah,
But yeah,
Pertaining to what?
Hone Claws. But it's something else.
it's probably a
Okay.
linked ability. It's probably a connection ability, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You can
That
look it
said,
up.
yeah. That said, pictures.
Do we have pictures?
We have one.
Let's
Do we?
see.
Yeah, we got Stataros. Remember?
Taros
meme
always
lord.
posts a picture. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna bring this up.
Oh yeah.
Thingy.
The way we say it is Diamond Storm.
So, with that, here we are.
To be fair, it's more of a shard storm in this case, because look at all those glass shards everywhere.
So, this is another picture by Stataros.
So, there was a thing that was said during, like, this being made. Someone mentioned, he's not in a crater, he made the crater by tearing apart pieces of the ground around him and is now about to throw it at somebody. He is just that pissed. The poor Cacnea and the Minior just sitting there off to the side like, oh shit!
I'm gonna open the larger version of this because Discord did it different with how it
Yeah,
shows images.
I noticed that too. I don't know why they changed it, but
We have a Minior and a couple of
Minior was
Cacnea.
the Minior was cute. Cacnea just sitting there like, I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. Help!
So now where's the sus?
Yeah, where the fuck's the sauce?
Well,
I know
the
it's here
sus doesn't-
somewhere.
the
I wouldn't
sus
be
doesn't
surprised.
start campaign.
I'm pretty sure the sus is in his eyes. Upside
He
down.
is the sus.
No. Look at the eye and look at it upside down. I just saw it.
You are not immune to sus, ATS. If ROTG has to deal with this shit, ATS has to as well.
No, seriously, look closely at his eye. I swear I just saw it. Look, upside down.
It does look like an upside down Among Us. It kind of does.
Yeah, I do see it.
Oh,
I see it.
do
I
see
see
it.
It looks like a frontward-facing crewmate.
That's probably unintentional, though.
I know, but it's the closest we got.
Don't worry, I'll pry it out of Tataro's after he tortures me more. With cheese or gone memes.
So,
I will say, because I gotta say this every time. Thank you so much, Tataros. Your art is always amazing.
And they
Thank
did
you,
say they
Staros.
wanted. Yeah, they said they wanted to do serious poses for every one of the characters. So, for all we know, Glacy might be up next.
Is that serious poses for everybody?
Yeah, serious pose. You know,
I guess I have another one on the way then.
most likely. Who knows?
That was a pretty friendly one I had. I'm just like, you said.
I know
serious.
you had your little friendly stroll.
You're fucked.
It's like you had your little friendly stroll. Now get ready to get some Madge.
Levi using the Christmas power.
Please no.
No, that would be actually that would actually be sooner Padrock, where he pulls out Photon Geyser. Literally, he becomes watertight by proxy. It's like, hi, would you like a splash? Yeah, let's have this geyser erupt out from underneath you.
Becky,
You're thinking of the other geyser move.
Yeah, no.
I brought you, Becky, let me splash.
Becky, let me splash? What?
You heard him.
So,
I mean, Arcel will let you splash, Apollo.
so, that said, do we have anything else we'd like to say before we head out?
Y'all are fucking nerds.
According to all known laws of aviation.
Dan,
I'm going up.
you're
Look,
not Giga.
Look, if we're all nerds, then someone here is a geek.
Yeah, it's you, because you spoke up first.
No, it's clearly Glacy. They're the ones running the nerds.
50 eyes.
Let me think about this. I will say that for this session, as my eyes stop bothering me. Nah,
Pat,
I had
pat.
fun. Like I enjoyed it. I had fun. The turmoil that have Rain going through is one that is no stranger to me, and I'm trying to take time to figure it out. So it also, for me, makes sense to sitting around doing nothing about it is gonna make it worse. So yeah,
Mhm.
I'm going to have to work on Rain's character sheet and make him a lot more active if necessary.
He's most likely gonna get an update on his sheet then, huh?
Oh yeah, because there's one thing that I have to keep in mind. Messing with a guild member is one thing. You may get
Faking
away
guild-
with it, you may not. Fucking around
Fake-
with the guild master, you're not supposed to get away with it. And I have to make sure that stays that way.
And not even just that, they didn't just mess with the guildmaster, they messed with an entire team.
They messed with
They messed with
everyone. in
Several
town.
people. So the guild master's like, all right.
And they also messed with the zealots. Even the zealots didn't know.
Yeah, he was basically playing double agent.
Double agent for his own side.
Wouldn't that just be triple agent?
Yes. Hi, Donovan. How you doing?
Donovan would like to meet this Larok.
It's just like, excuse me, what? You're taking up my shtick? How dare you?
Donovan's probably more likely to buy him a drink.
It's like, hell yeah, dude. Oh god, just the mental image of like, Levi being next to Donovan with the whole thing after the duel was over with, and just the mental image of him just placing his arm on Levi's shoulder as he was saying, yeah, my buddy.
Buddy. Heavy weight increase. Oh god. Although, I'll also say, Lacey,
Mhm.
apologies for giving you extra work. But yes, I am sending several people. Honestly, for Cleo, it was a mix of I need something. I can also give these two something to do that isn't just wallowing in self-pity. Ergo, 1, 2, with me. Let's go. and Reuben as well for the security. Which thank you, Louis, for playing into that. Just Cleo, small whistle, Reuben. I'm here.
Just pops up behind. It just like tenses up. Like he immediately knows somebody's right behind him. He turns around. What the fuck?
Just Louis just suddenly like, what's this rush of fluff I feel?
You
No,
have
more like-
alerted the dog.
It's more like a dog whistle at this point.
Well,
That's basically what Cleo did.
well,
What?
just to let you know, next week is going to be a mission.
Yep.
Ta-da.
I mean, this stuff is gonna happen throughout the night and or tomorrow.
Truth be told, like I feel like this whole, training session, like it's more. I wouldn't say it's a training session, but more like, a Luvi kind of, showing Levi what he's learned.
Also, is it Dyson gonna say something?
Yeah, I think we can all be thankful that after a session like this, the mission ain't gonna be so bad.
Smile.
Mm-hmm.
Never say that too soon,
Sure.
GM.
Sure.
Grins wickedly.
The grin.
Like the freaking Grinch.
The
It's
grin.
like,
You're screwed.
The GM got an evil idea. The GM got an awful idea. The GM got an evil and awful idea.
the G got a diabolical idea.
That being said,
That said, it has
mercy.
come.
It's time.
It has
To do the-
come
to
to
do
my attention that a certain Beeger has started streaming 13 minutes ago.
Uh-oh.
And the
Well,
guild
we have a
authorized.
target.
And the guild authorized her to hunt.
Oh.
And they are playing Monster Hunter Wild, so spoilers ahead, just in case. And I hope you guys had a great time this session. It was super fun, super cheerful, and everything.
I'm sorry. I just hear the
Go fuck
guild has
yourself,
authorized
Sophie.
you. I just hear the guild has authorized you to do the thing, and I just imagine Rain is just like, you know what? Bet.
No, that's literally a running joke in Wild. Is the guild authorized?
I know.
But yeah. So, we will be raiding Bristol Beeger. They're playing Monster
She's
Hunter
gonna kill me.
Wild. She is having some boba, and she's doing the hunt. So, hope you guys have fun with Bristol, and we will see you next week for some more awesome sessions. Hope you're
You
ready.
probably won't see me next week. I'll just be in the crowd.
Mhm.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Farewell. Now come the fuck over here, Aura.